shorts, black pants, and a black t-shirt. If you have any information regarding Jalen's whereabouts, please contact Colorado Springs Police Department at 719-444-7000 or call 911 immediately. Your help is essential in bringing Jalen home safely. Now, this little girl has been missing since 2024. Okay. And here's another perfect example: is if a Amber Alert would have been put out for her, it's very possible she would have been found sooner. Now, she's still missing, for this long now. This is unbelievable to me. Welcome, James Tate. Good to see you. I'm so sick of seeing these. Again, which is why we need to get that petition passed that Arctic has put together to bring the changes to the Amber Alert system, guys, and simplify it the best way we can. Welcome, Brady B. Good to see you, dear. So again, Jalen Medina, Colorado, 13 years old, missing since 2024, guys, in September. Please, if you know her, if you know anything about what could have happened to her, please dial 911 or contact the Colorado Springs Police Department at 719-444-7000. Thank you. Let's see. We also have another missing juvenile. Bryant Jeffrey Papel was last seen Friday the 14th at approximately 1700 hours near the 4000 block of Weaver Road. Papel was wearing a black Nike hoodie, dark pants. Papel is a white male, 15 years old, 5'7", and 135 pounds. If contacted, please notify the Cheyenne Police Department. This is out of Wyoming. Again, another reason for an Amber Alert, but here we are. Thank you for that, SRB. There is a link to the petition, guys, just in case you haven't signed it. So if anybody does know anything about Mr. Bryant Jeffrey Papel, please dial 911 or contact the Cheyenne Police Department as soon as possible. Okay. Let's see. And another one here. We have the Greenville County Sheriff's Office acting public's help in locating 15-year-old Sakaya Dorteza Armani Lipscomb, who ran away from a residence located on Sammy Drive in Greenville on February 17th of 2025. Sakaya is described as 5'3", 130-pound black female with black hair, brown eyes. Deputies request anyone who sees Sakaya or knows of her whereabouts to please call 911. That would be, it's a good picture of her. Again, if you know anything whatsoever, please contact Greenville and or dial 911. Thank you, guys. All right, and this next one's out of Oklahoma. Oh, wow. I like your avatar, Mom Bear. It looks awesome on there.
Thank you. You haven't seen it in a while since.
Been a minute. So like I said, this one's out of Oklahoma, you guys. This is Logan Bentley Jackson, last seen on February 15th of this year. And he was last known to be in Wagoner. He could be possibly in the Tulsa area or Tahlequah area.
Tahlequah.
I always say that wrong. Thank you. Tahlequah area. If you see him or know his whereabouts, please call 911 immediately or the Wagoner Police Department at 918-485-9564. You can also contact the Wagoner County Sheriff at 918-485-3124 or the Cherokee Nation Marshal at 918-207-3800. He is 14 years old, 6'3" and 250 pounds. Is he indigenous, Arctic?
Yes.
Okay, guys. Thank God we're getting some of these out there, because these indigenous people that go missing do not nowhere near get enough coverage. So, wow, this kid is tall for 14. 6'3" at 14. Wow. But anyway, if
Yeah,
you know,
he joined the basketball team.
I guess, yeah. If anybody knows anything, though, please again contact. It says the Wagoner County Sheriff at 918-485-3124 or Cherokee Nation Marshal at 918-207-3800. Again, he is 14 years old, guys, and has been missing since the 15th. All right, guys. Thank you for that. Arctic, thank you for putting those out, buddy. I appreciate that very much.
No problem. No problem.
Doodle, thank you for putting yours out. Miss Sherry as well. All of you, Miss Duchess that do it. Mom, it's amazing. With everybody that does it, I'm hoping that someday, somehow, we'll all put a dent in this somehow.
If I get feeling up to it, I may get a wild hair at my rear end and do a live tonight or tomorrow night. So
all
if
right.
I can schedule around everyone, because Mom's going live every night now, and I know that Dawn goes live quite a bit. So
yeah, absolutely. Welcome, Taylor. Welcome. How did Mom's go last night? I didn't get to make it over there.
It was good. It was good.
What did she cover last night?
Eileen Warnos.
Mm-hmm. I did her a couple of years ago. That's a crazy story, isn't it?
Oh God! When I watched that movie Monster, I became obsessed with the case and went diving down every rabbit hole I could find.
Yeah, I remember when I covered it. I think you were here, Mama Bear, with that one when we covered Eileen Warnos. A lot of people that were talking about it were talking about, oh wow, she shouldn't have done this and this and that. And I'll be honest with you guys, the way I explained it was, granted, she did a lot of wrong, but I feel like she was put in that position in a lot of ways.
And I'm going to disagree with you wholeheartedly. Now, the first one I could have written off as self-defense, but if you've got 7 times that you're killing people and you're claiming self-defense for all of them, what are you doing? Sitting at the highway with your legs spread open with a sign that says free samples?
No, you're right. You're right about that. I'm just saying, before that, she was kind of pushed into the lifestyle that she lived.
Oh, she had a horrible childhood. Absolutely, yeah, she did.
That's what I'm saying.
She was given up at, like, what was it, 1 or 2 years old, and raised by an abusive grandparent. And it was, she had a horrible upbringing. But again, like we talk about every day, a lot of people have horrible upbringings and they don't go on to become serial killers. So
that is very true, my friend. Very true. So yes, you can't make excuses. I remember when I watched it, I was like, wow, what a life to live, and this and that. And then I felt the same way. You know, the first one, I was like, okay, you did what you had to do. And then the other one, it's like, wait a minute now, you seem to be liking this a little too much. You know what I mean? So yeah, agreed. I couldn't get past the life that she had to go through. That was crazy to me. But still, you know, right from wrong. At some point, you got to stop. You know. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and replay that one because I missed that last night. SRB says exactly. It's a mindset, in my opinion. You don't just wake up one day and think, "Oh, I'm going to do." That's very true. Very true. Well, you do, but typically when you do, you turn out to be a serial killer. So, you know, it's that scenario there.
But we've talked about it before. Generally, there's signs leading up to it, like with Jeffrey Dahmer sitting there turning a shed into a taxidermy factory. You know, and his dad sat there and supported him. It was like, okay, yeah, let's do this. Here's the supplies you need. I mean,
I've always thought that Jeffrey Dahmer's father should have taken a little more accountability for the life that Jeff lived, because you're right, he supported, or not supported, but basically supported it. He didn't try to stop it.
Lionel pretty much supported everything that Jeff did, and he saw the warning signs there.
Yeah.
But in fairness, he was going through a turbulent divorce and had just gotten remarried and stuff, and his ex-wife, Jeffrey's mother, was a complete drunk and delusional woman. So
she was a mess. If you guys haven't followed the Dahmer story, it's actually really, really interesting. It's horrible, of course, but leading up to what happened here, and it's right down the road where all this started off at, from where I live right now, in Bath, Ohio. Wild, and there were definitely warning signs, you know, like Arctic says, with these cases that were not stopped. His father possibly could have helped him in that sense, but
and law enforcement dropped the ball too, because had they not sat there when they stopped Jeffrey, and he's like, "Oh yeah, this is my boyfriend," and he was 13 freaking years old, and said, "Okay, nothing to see here. Be on your way." Then
Yeah.
he could have been stopped that much sooner.
Oh yeah, yeah. And law enforcement back in those days was a little different in some ways too. They weren't as, because this wasn't such a thing, you know, and it's become a lot more noticeable now and a lot more important. So, you know, good for that, but they could have done a lot more back then. I agree. And then so welcome, Chris. It's great to see you, buddy. Thank you for joining us today. Our SRB says some bad wiring just can't be fixed. There's a good point there. 100%.
That's true. That's true.
Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. Let's see here. Stormy, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you. Of course, Brandy, if you didn't hear me, it's good to have you here. Hello. Hello. Great to have you guys here. So, like I said, guys, today we got 2 different cases. I'm going to try to run this on the cold case days. At least 2. And again, if you have not done it yet, guys, please jump on over to 1 second here, Mama Bear's channel if we can. 1 second. I don't know why this is sticking. Sorry. One time. Okay, there it goes. There we go. Jump on over to, wow, thanks, SRB. To Mama Bear's channel. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't, hit the notification bell if you could, please, and share it out. It is so very much appreciated by Mama Bear as well as myself. 100% if you would. Please and thank you, guys. It only takes a second to do that. And share it out, 100%. Good morning, Miss JC. Chris Dohaney's in the house. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Oh, yeah. He did a great job. I agree. I've seen that, Chris, and it looks very interesting. I appreciate that, brother, very much. Thank you so much for that. And thank you, SRB, very much. Very much. And again, guys, if you have not yet done it, please jump over to Arctic Fox True Crime. Check out all the amazing stuff that Arctic does put out on a regular basis. Please hit the like button, share it out, hit the subscribe and the notification bell if you have not yet done that. Please, so you don't miss anything that this man puts out. It is so very much appreciated, all the hard work he puts in. Please and thank you. I appreciate that so much. As well as the amazing and awesome and a little bit crazy Miss Doodlebug. Please jump over to her channel as well. There's the link for that one. Doodle puts out on a daily basis many missing cases as well. Puts in a lot of hard work on that. And it just all around does amazing things out here with the missing guys. So please, if you have not yet, click this link, jump over to Doodle's channel, hit like, subscribe, the notification bell, because you don't want to miss it. Doodle usually goes live every morning and does the morning missing and make sure that everybody sees these sad cases of all these missing people. So please do that, guys.
We have such an amazing team and community of creators here. You and Mom and Duchess and Doodlebug and Mama Bear and so many of us wisdom that we, we're able to get these spaces out, and we don't focus on the same case every day and beat it into the ground. So
yeah. And it's an amazing, not even just us as creators, but the people that come in and support all of us are just an amazing community of people that really care. And I love seeing that because, guys, the way society is now, it's so hard to even hope that people have hope and care anymore. And we see it, within this community and others that surround us, with Duchess's community, Mom's community, Doodlebug's community, Miss Sherry Wisdom Speaks community. So please, there's Mom's link for Mind of Monsters channel. Again, another link you guys need to please jump on. And I know this takes up time, guys, but I think it's really important that all of these creators get seen because each one of us puts out different types of things. Yes, there are posters that we share together and stuff like that, but if you spread it throughout the community like we do, it gets so much more out. So it's important that all these creators get their channels seen and heard, in my opinion. So please, if you will, it just takes a matter of seconds. Thank you so much. Miss Kim Marin, welcome and congratulations. 28 months. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Happy day anniversary to you, Miss Kim. All of them are popping up here with 2 going on 3 years for a lot of you guys. It's so amazing. And thank you so much, Kim. So much love and appreciation to you for being here for that long and supporting us the way you do. God bless. I really do appreciate it. Thank you again, SRB, for that. And yes, there is a Miss Wisdom's channel. She doesn't put a lot out, guys, but she does do such great stuff with hers as well. So please check out Miss Wisdom Speaks as well. I promise, guys, I can promise you. And if I'm wrong, you come back and you tell me about it, smack me around. You will not be disappointed in any one of these channels that we have just posted links for. That's an absolute fact. We do have coming up here tonight, Duchess for the Missing. Miss Dutchy is probably one of the sweetest people you ever meet out here on YouTube. We'll be live tonight with Missing Flyer Monday. Please go check her out at that link right there, guys. If you have not yet, please subscribe, like it, hit that notification bell. That way you can jump on in there when Miss Duchess does her thing, guys. Again, another channel you won't be disappointed in whatsoever. And I thank all of you in the Blue Crew for dropping these links and helping us get this stuff out there, guys. Thank you so very much. Also, I do think we have 1 or 2 more in here. If you haven't seen it, Miss Kimber, everybody knows who Miss Kimber is. She does co-host with Mom now a lot. She has a new channel she's working on called Kimber Crimes. Again, the same type of stuff, guys. Miss Kimber's amazing. No nonsense. And she's out here trying to do the right thing just as much as the rest of us. So please check it out. Help her grow that channel. Help her get that stuff going so she can get more awareness brought to these situations. Again, thank you, Miss SRB. I appreciate it. Your fingers got to be cramped by now, typing in all these links and stuff. So thank you. And thank you, Peggy, for subscribing. I know it takes some time, guys, and I know it might be a pain in the butt, but it's so worth it after the fact, because once you subscribe, you got it. So thank you guys so very much. I thought I saw something else up here. And I love that you love it, Miss Kim. I appreciate you so much, and I love that shirt. I'll tell you that much. Arctic, do you have any kind of merchandise that you put out, bud?
No, I don't. Go on. I mean, my channel's not monetized or anything. If I do eventually set up a merch shop, it'll all go directly to either the Aware Foundation or the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So,
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Miss Kim. Appreciate that. And I know Miss Kimber will appreciate it as well. She works during the day, so she can't really jump in here too often. She does sometimes, but yes, it looks great on you too, Miss Kim. Absolutely. All right, guys. So, like I said today, I'm going to run Chewy. Welcome, Brutally. Good to see you here today. Thank you for joining us. Just making sure I didn't miss anybody. Oh, we got Mikey's channel here too. Sorry, Mikey, I wasn't missing you, bud. Mikey just starting his up right here, the last 24 again. Mikey's covering all the stuff too, plus the true crime cases that are out here. Please click that link, jump over to Mike's as well, guys, so he can get his growing. I appreciate it so very much. If you would, as does he. One moment, everyone.
And that leads us to today.
All right, y'all. I think it's gonna work. It keeps going in and out, in and out. All right, let me know how the audio is on this, guys. Again, this is the case of. Are you here, Mama Bear? Can you hear? Okay. Arctic. I love it. Thank you. Maybe she can't hear me. Arctic, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me, Mama Bear? She might have stepped away. That's okay. That's all right. All right, guys. So yes, this is a wild situation. So this is not a missing person. This is a missing body. Miss Julie had a horrible disease that she passed away from, as you'll probably hear here as we go through this. And cystic fibrosis, if anybody's familiar with that. They had her funeral, and then she went missing. The body went missing from the funeral home. And this was 6 years ago, and they have nothing on this. There's lawsuits for this and everything else. There's people that they're interested in, but they have no idea where this girl's body went. Who steals a body from a funeral home? This is unbelievable to me. I've never heard of anything like this. It's crazy. So it's definitely a cold case, and it definitely needs attention because this girl deserves to be buried, and have closure. Her family deserves closure and be put to rest like she should have been years ago.
I would be looking into that funeral home's history is what I'd be doing, because there's a lot of funeral homes that have been caught doing a lot of very shady stuff, and part of that is selling body parts and harvesting organs and everything else. So that funeral home needs to be very thoroughly looked at.
Yeah, we looked into one last year. I think it might have been Mama Bear might remember. SRB might remember too. Where they had stacked bodies. This building was shut down, locked down, no air conditioning, no nothing in it. And they found over 200 and some odd bodies, stacked in the back that they did nothing with. And I was like, what? So yeah, there's a few of these funeral homes that have been hit for this wild shit that they've been doing.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the same funeral home you're talking about or not, but there was a funeral home that got caught flat out taking the money for the cremations and everything. And when they were handing out the remains to the family said something's not right here. They had the remains analyzed, and it turns out they were handing out bags of powdered concrete and stuff to the families.
Same funeral home, and all the bodies were stacked in the back. And I gotta wonder, going back to what you said, if they were selling these bodies off for body parts and organs and things like that for whatever reasons. It's disgusting, but non-refrigerated situations, the rooms that they were found in, it was so bad, the smell, and you guys know, and how disrespectful is that, and horrible is that for the families of these loved ones, how disrespected the bodies have been. They didn't care. They couldn't even find the people that own this. Okay, but yeah, giving out ground up concrete instead of the ashes to the body. What the hell is going on in our world when these things happen? You know what I mean? So, but this situation, Julie's case, is a little bit different. The body, they had her funeral, and if I have anything wrong, they'll fix it when we hear this. And everybody came and paid their respects, and then she disappeared. Nobody found anything. Nobody could understand what happened. And there's a story behind it. They're looking for still, what did you do with this body? Whoever took it, why? It's really weird and very gross to me, whoever did this. So, and I just feel so bad for her family that couldn't get closure and bury their child the day that they were going to. It's sad. So it's all about damn money anymore. And it's sickening, absolutely sickening. So let's check it out, guys.
The civil trial pitting Mott's family against Mission Park Funeral Home. And that leads us to today. The civil trial pitting Mott's family against Mission Park Funeral Home began this morning.
Yeah, the lawsuit accuses the funeral home of negligent conduct and gross negligence. Paul Venema in court for opening arguments and testimony.
Oh, sorry, guys. I clicked the wrong one. This comes after the fact. I wanted you to hear the story before, and then they'll play that one. So my apologies. 1 second here. Oh, no. Sorry. And this story, by the way, you guys, just so you know, is based out of Texas. Sorry, but I should have said that in the beginning. Here we go.
New at noon, and we begin with a bizarre story. The body of a 25-year-old woman stolen from a San Antonio funeral home.
Our Stephanie Cerna joins us live from the Mission Park Funeral Chapel on Cherry Ridge.
I want to say one thing. What I don't understand is how. How did somebody do this without anybody seeing or hearing or anything being known to the public, to the owners of the funeral home, to anybody? How did you get away with this without being seen? That's what's wild to me with this too. Yeah, there's a good point there, SRB, because everything was done. The embalmment was done, the autopsy, everything was done. So what were you doing? Because the organs are no good. There's nothing you can do. So that's where it got.
I mean, unless someone stole the body from the funeral home, which I can't imagine why someone would want to steal someone's embalmed corpse. But
there's a story that I read about this, that there was some weird shit going on back in the day that people were doing with bodies. And I'm like, oh, no. And it blew my mind, but it could have been that scenario too, sadly. And that's what I was thinking too, is did somebody inside have a hand in this to allow this person to get in and do this? That was my question. Okay. So,
and the thing is, guys, what you got to remember is these families, they go to these funeral homes because they're respected in the area, unless they've been called out already. They have no reason not to trust the funeral homes. They're going through a very rough time in their lives. And the last thing that they're thinking about is, oh my God, am I actually going to get my family member's ashes back? Are they going to, sell my loved one's body? And so, that's how a lot of this stuff happens under the radar, because it's the last thing that anyone thinks about when it comes to a funeral home.
Agreed. Welcome, Leslie and Billy. Well, guys, and I'm not to change the subject, but even when my dog Oscar passed away a couple years back, a lot of you guys remember him. My wife, he was very much a part of our family for over 18 years. Okay. And we wanted to keep that somehow. So the kids all decided that they wanted him to be cremated so that they could all have ashes from him. And I've showed you guys before that all of our children have one of these little urns here that have some of his ashes in it, because I know a lot of people think that's crazy to do to an animal, but he was a huge part of their lives. Okay. And at first, when we talked about getting it done, and it kind of bothered my wife and I both, they gave us a price on it. And I have to wonder if this happens at funeral homes too. That's why I'm bringing this up. They gave us a price on cremation that was a decent price, because it's not that cheap, believe it or not, even for animals. But they said it would be done with other animals involved in there. So he'd be cremated with other dogs and or cats. Yep. And we would get a mixture of ashes. Yep. And I was like, whoa. I don't want somebody else's animal.
The places that do it here, they give you the option. You can do the mass cremation like that, which is significantly cheaper. Or if you want to pay close to $1,000, $1,500, they'll cremate him by himself and give you all his ashes.
Well, and that's what they did. Was we talked to the kids and they were like, no, we don't want somebody else's dog or cat that we don't know. You know what I mean? And I said, we agreed. So everybody chipped in, and there were some people that actually donated towards the channel here that helped with that. And I really still appreciate that. So does my wife and my children, because it's a horrible thing. Like it just doesn't feel the same to me. And that's like, it made me feel like, what about the other person? Do they want their animal mixed with mine? I mean, it just didn't seem right. So it was very upsetting. So anyway, it wasn't that much, but it was still way more expensive than what it would be for that mass, like you said. And anyway, we got it done, and we separated it between all the children and ourselves. My wife got a little necklace thing they gave her because they screwed up. Of course, they were supposed to do a paw print from him and take a lock of his hair and put it on this plaque and then put it in glass for the price of everything that goes together. One of my kids decided to do that for my wife. Well, they never did it, and they had already cremated him before they took the hair and the paw print. You couldn't fix that. So then they gave her this little necklace thing for free, and it still wasn't the same. She was very upset. Anyway, the story I brought that up because I wondered, do they do things like that in a crematorium for human beings too? Or is it really, do they just keep them separate?
Well, they're not supposed to. However, there
Right.
was a case. Oh my gosh, and I wish I could remember where this funeral home was or what the name of it was, but there was a case. There was this one funeral home, and they offered the cheapest cremations in the country. And the way they were able to do that is they would stick like 5 or 6 bodies into this cremation oven at the same time and do mass cremations like that. And it got to the point one day that they tried to stuff, I think it was 14 bodies into the oven at one time, and they ended up setting the crematorium on fire.
Wow. See, that's insane. And that again is just morbid to me. I don't want, Jane Doe from down the road mixed in with my loved one. I want my loved one. And people do this again. This is all greed, folks. It's all about money. It's disgusting and sickening. So that's why I brought that story up about the dog, and I found that out, and I just couldn't believe that people do things like this. So again, crazy stuff. Very crazy stuff. I'm sorry I got off subject a little bit. I will go ahead and play this, and my apologies again.
Where a press conference just wrapped up moments ago. So, Stephanie, what can you tell us?
Well, Leslie, we spoke with the owner of the funeral home just moments ago, and he tells us that they had a funeral service for a 25-year-old Julie Mott last weekend, and that the next morning her body was missing.
Okay, so that's what it was. She did have the funeral service. The very next morning, the body was gone before they could actually go do the burial for it. Welcome, Bonnie. So wonderful to see you, Bonnie. I hope you're feeling good today. It's wonderful to have you here. Please know we all appreciate you being here. We all love you, Bonnie. So thank you for joining today.
Now, the police were called out to this Mission Park North that morning on August 16th, but the owner tells us they believe her remains were taken on the 15th between the hours of 1:30 and 4:30 because there were no signs of forced entry, and the service had concluded at 1:30 in the afternoon and employees locked up at 4:30. Now, Julie Mott died of cystic fibrosis on August 8th. The owner of Mission Park Funeral Home says he is close to the family and is outraged that this has happened. Now, the owner also tells us that since the funeral home opened in 1907, they have never had something happen like this. They don't have security cameras right now, but they say they are going to be making changes in security and like locking more doors. And if you have any information on this case, you're asked to call 225-TIPS. That number again, 225-TIPS. There is a $20,000 reward right now, but we're told that number can go up. We're live in the city's north side. Stephanie Serna, KSAT 12 News.
So that's the story as to how everything happened. I try to always start it off with something like that. So here, move on to the next. If it'll load. We're doing this thing again today because my computer hates me. All right, so I'm going to throw this up here because some people will be bothered by some certain things like this, and I just want to make sure everybody's okay.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
And again, guys, the thought of some of these things may upset somebody, so that's why I'm throwing that up there. Welcome back, Taylor. Thank you for being here today. All right, let's check out this story.
You can tell by the slideshow played in the chapel at Mission Park Funeral Home today that Julie was a beautiful woman inside and out.
As you can imagine, this is not an easy thing to talk about.
Tim Mott is now having to deal with the fact that his daughter, who died at just 25 years old, has now once again been taken away from him. Mott's corpse was taken from inside the funeral home within hours after her funeral service ended Saturday afternoon.
The theft of Julie Mott's body has always been interesting to us. So when we decided to make a video on it, we were surprised that after 6 years, the case was never solved. In this video, we discuss the case and present the theories of what happened. And before we start, if you would like to see more videos like this, please like and subscribe and turn on your notifications. Julie Mott was born in 1989 in Fort Worth, Texas. At the age of 2, she was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis. According to the Mayo Clinic, cystic fibrosis is an inherited disorder that causes severe damage to the lungs, digestive system, and other organs in the body. Julie was described as a happy and active young person who was on the swim team, the soccer team, and rode horses. She did her best not to let her disease stop her from living a normal life. Sadly, the condition became worse and she succumbed to the disease on August 8, 2015 at the age of 25. Julie's funeral should have been the end of her tragic story. However, for the Mott family, it was the first chapter of the nightmare they would have to endure since losing her. On August 9, 2015, Julie's father Tim made arrangements for Mission Park Funeral Chapel to perform a memorial service as well as for the embalming and cremation. Her body was delivered to the funeral.
Yes, Chris, they have put, since that happened, they had put in very, very quickly afterwards, video surveillance cameras, CCTV, stuff like that. So again, gratefully, it's good to know that.
Home, and she was prepared for her memorial service that was to be held on August 15th, which would have been her 26th birthday.
Welcome, Walt.
Her memorial service started at noon and ended at 1:30 that day. The only person that remained after the service was Julie's ex-boyfriend, Bill Wilburn. Bill was described.
And you guys will hear about Bill Down. This guy hung around a lot. Okay. He was the ex-boyfriend and he kept coming back throughout periods. You'll hear the story about this. I think eventually he was arrested too. But it was weird how he hung around and around and around. And it's just like, what are you doing, boss? And they weren't even together at that point. So before she had passed, you know what I mean? Just very strange situation with this guy.
Described by Julie's family as being obsessed with her. The pair had broken up for 2 years prior to her death, and he had to be removed from the visitation room by a Mission Park employee. The next day, when employees went to transport Julie's remains to an off-site crematorium, it was discovered that her casket was damaged and Julie's body was missing. The hinges were broken, there were no signs of forced entry into the funeral home, and the alarm never went off.
So going back to kind of what SRB was talking about up here earlier, my first thought, with knowing that this ex-boyfriend that had this obsession with her, I'm thinking, did this guy take her to keep her somewhere else for himself? Which is so sickening and grotesque to think about, guys. But we've seen stranger things in this world. You know that. And if he did, good Lord have mercy. What did you do? You know what I mean? And it's so sickening to even think about, but I would not put it past somebody to do something like this.
This wasn't a mistake. It was a body snatching. How could anyone steal her?
Sorry, guys. Cheers and welcome. Mark and Betty, good evening to you. It's wonderful to see you as always. Thank you for being here. Miss Michelle, thank you for joining us. Walt, always good to see you, brother.
Her corpse. According to the police, her body had to be taken after the service, but before the funeral home closed at 4:30. When the family heard what happened, they immediately.
So there again, if you heard that, explain to me how this happened. After the service, but before they closed, and there were still people there. How did this man or whoever did this pull this off? There were still people here, employees. There were people that were there from one of the article, the readable article I looked at too, that were around in there looking at doing some stuff with flowers and stuff and photographs with flowers and all that kind of stuff. And nobody saw this man take this body out of a casket and walk away with it. Or I keep saying this man, whoever did this, because there's no 100% fact that he did it, but I have my feelings. It's wild to me how nobody knows this. And I still have feelings that somebody within the funeral home may have had some involvement. That's just me. Okay. I have to think that, because how do you get past all of this without being looked at or seen? That's my problem with this. So yeah, the casket was damaged. You're right, Chris. They had to break it open because they seal those, okay, for reasons so that certain things can't get in. It's crazy to me. And I'm very curious as to how. 1 second here. There's Miss Lisa. Good to see you, Lisa Joe. Thank you for joining us. I agree with you. Nothing is surprising to a lot of us anymore. But again, wild stuff.
Accused Julie's ex-boyfriend. According to Julie's family, Bill called and texted her hundreds of times in the weeks before her death. The police launched an investigation and volunteers searched for her body in the nearby wooded areas and parks without success. The owner of Mission Park Funeral Chapel, Dick Tips, which is his real name, offered a $20,000 reward for Julie's remains to be returned. During the investigation, it was discovered that Mission Park's funeral chapel used subcontractors to handle various aspects, including embalming and moving the bodies. The employees of the subcontractor, Bear and Patel, were allowed unsupervised access to Mission Park facilities after hours. The Motts were understandably upset about what happened to their daughter's remains, and after nearly a year without an answer, the Motts sued Mission Park in January 2016. Owner of Mission Park, Dick Tips, tried to deny any wrongdoings and even denied using subcontractors despite investigators finding otherwise. Not wanting to take any responsibility for what happened, Tips said that it was possible that the person who stole the body didn't believe in cremations. He accused Julie's ex-boyfriend, the contractor, and Satanists. The Mott family attorney argued that the company claims someone came in and stole it. Whether they lost or mishandled it, it really doesn't matter. They had custody and control, and they lost her body. In February 2018, a jury awarded Julie's parents $8 million in the civil suit against Mission Park. But despite the $20,000 reward, Julie's remains have never been found. So, what happened to Julie? Here are the theories. Julie Mott's case has its own subreddit, and in a post from 5 years ago by a now deleted user, they came up with some theories of what could have happened. Theory 1. The ex-boyfriend, Bill Wilburn, did it. This is also what the Mott family believes. The police had Bill as a suspect almost immediately. He was the last one to see Julie's body after the family left the viewing room, and according to the family, he was extremely obsessive. And while the police didn't use his name, he was declared a suspect in the news. In October 2015, Bill began posting as Heartbroken One on mydeathspace.com, revealing himself to be the suspect in the news, SP1. MyDeathSpace.com is a forum to post memorials of friends and loved ones who have died, though it is controversial because they also post about murderers. In his post, Bill wrote at length about the relationship with Julie, including information about how her family never liked him and how he was snubbed at the funeral. Strangely, he found certain things at the funeral suspicious, such as an usher crying at the service, Julie's mother speaking with the funeral director about the flowers, which he thought was inappropriate, as well as thinking it strange that Julie's father didn't speak to him at the funeral. In following posts, he made disparaging statements about Julie's parents and how they allegedly tried to keep the pair apart because he was unemployed and was suffering from depression. Forum users were sympathetic to Bill. That was until Julie's brother John found the post and began posting himself. John accused Bill of knowing exactly what happened to Julie and explained that Bill refused to take a polygraph. The following is a quote from that post. "The reason you won't take the polygraph is because you know you're going to fail it, and to be exposed as the sick who drives by the house asking for Julie to peek out the window just so you can see her, which she never did. The sick who comes over in the middle of the night and finds Julie's truck unlocked. How long did you sit in that truck, Bill? I believe Julie said 2 hours.
Stitches, it's her body. It was a body. It wasn't ashes. She didn't get a chance to make it to the crematorium. It was right after her service. I believe they did an open casket service for her, for everybody could see her one last time. And then the deal was they were going to close and seal everything and then cremate her. However they do that, I'm not sure, but yeah, it never got to get to that point. So the body was actually physically taken, the physical body.
So they went through all the effort to embalm her just to cremate her when that's what the plan was. I can't imagine paying for all that expense if I was just going to cremate someone.
I know. It's a little wild. I was wondering that myself. I don't know unless that was a typo that they messed up with or something, but that's what they said throughout that news brief there. So I don't know. It's just the whole thing's wild. And yeah, this guy is obviously stalker issues and all that kind of stuff. Okay. The obsession is beyond realistic and just insane. So absolutely crazy to me. It's possible, very possible, Stitches, but still, again, this happened between the end of her memorial and the time that she was going to be transported to that place before they closed. Okay. Or they were closed. They were closing down. The next morning, I believe she was going to be taken to that place for that. So I don't know exactly how. It was only a few hours. I think it was between 1 and 4:30 p.m. that day that it happened. So it's wild. And he was removed from the funeral home. This guy was removed because he was in the room that they had the viewing. I guess they called it something else, but removed from there because he wasn't supposed to be there. It's crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. I guess SRB says, I guess it's typical for families that still want an open casket viewing. I guess you would have to embalm them probably, Arctic, so that they could be visible for the open casket scenario, because after the fact, they may not be able to be visible. Do you know what I mean? So that does make a little sense.
Yeah, it makes a little sense, I guess.
It's still highly expensive, I would imagine, guys, to do both. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, good points either way. Chris says if you're having a viewing and before Chris, what? Okay, so yeah, it does make sense. I wasn't thinking about that either. So 6,500. Janice says we did open casket funeral and then had her cremated after. For wow, see that pricing. This shouldn't be that expensive.
That's actually cheap, because when my dad died, we didn't have him cremated, but we, the funeral itself, not counting the cemetery plot or having him buried or anything, was $10,000.
It's so expensive. It shouldn't have to be that expensive to put a loved one to rest. I'm sorry. It just shouldn't. Never should, but everything's about money these days, guys. Every bit of it.
Why don't you tell the nice people what you took as a keepsake? Was it a brush or was it a headband? I honestly can't remember. Now to your after the funeral story. I'm not going to give you the details, but I know at least one stop you made that you never brought up. Was it good seeing her?
Welcome back, Mama Bear.
Thank you.
John Mott also claimed that he wanted to make sure that Bill didn't steal anything at the funeral and told the employees at Mission Park to watch him so he didn't. In an attempt to defend himself, Bill seemed to reveal information of the case that was not released to the public at the time. He also claimed that his phone and car were destroyed right after Julie's body was stolen.
And yes, JC, this was in broad daylight between 1:30 in the afternoon to 4:30 in the afternoon. So that's, again, what really gets me blown away. Broad daylight. Nobody, I could see if this happened overnight, but no. Broad daylight during the day that this happened. So wildness.
And claims that his phone was shut off before it was destroyed. Bill's odd behavior continued a year after Julie's funeral. He would repeatedly visit Mission Park and would look into windows, shook the door handles, and stared straight into their new security cameras. At one point, he even called the funeral home 200 times in one day. In June 2016, he was arrested and charged with 2 counts of criminal trespassing and was sentenced to 2 days in jail. In this interview, Bill explains why he did it.
Since the bizarre 2015 disappearance of his ex-girlfriend's body from Mission Park Funeral Home, Bill Wilburn has been accused of criminal trespassing several times. Yet he told CNN,
moments maybe within a few weeks afterwards, I did drive around the building and make myself seen. That was the only time I would say that I was actually lingering.
Wilburn says he wanted to see how the funeral home would react. Sure enough,
I got into an argument with the funeral director, who basically said I need to fess up.
A person of interest in Mott's disappearance, although Wilburn says he left and never went back on the property.
There had been times that I would just drive by the funeral home.
Now Wilburn is under partial house arrest because he was at a hotel across the street from the funeral home.
Does anybody else have issues with this? I mean, I've never seen this level of obsession in my life. The person has passed away and you're driving past the funeral home. I've never seen or heard of anything like this in my life. It's insane.
Yeah, this is new to me.
Right. Thank you, Arctic, for joining me, bro. I appreciate you so much. Be careful out there, brother, and good luck. So yeah, I've never heard of this level of obsession with anyone in my life, guys. This is like out there, okay? You're driving past around the funeral home, looking through the windows. What do you think you're gonna see, dude? She's gone. Okay? Horribly. She's deceased. I don't understand what this guy was getting from this. It's insane to me. I mean, that's where my mind went when knowing that the body was taken, JC. It grosses me out to no limit, but yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm at with this. Virginia Wolf, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining me. That's why I brought this to you guys today, because I've never seen or heard of anything like this before in my life. So, very wild. Brutally says, I think we covered that funeral home, Brutally, if that's what you're talking about. I think that's the one, wasn't it, Mama Bear? Wasn't it in Arizona, that funeral home that stacked the bodies and
There was a couple of them. I think one was Colorado. Maybe the other one was Arizona.
they lied to the family. Okay, but thank you, Brutally. I appreciate it. I'll look into it.
CNN interview, Wilburn tried to explain why he has kept going back.
In fact, knowing that somebody is going to die that you know and you care about, you can't ever prepare for something like that.
While Bill's behavior before and after Julie's death was problematic and suspicious, there is no hard evidence tying him to the crime. Bill was the last person in the visitation room at 1:30. However, he was only there for an additional 10 to 15 minutes. When he was escorted out of Mission Park Funeral Chapel, it was confirmed that Julie's body was still there. And at the time, the funeral home did not have any security cameras. The police also confirmed that they conducted several raids on Bill's home, along with the homes and properties of relatives, and nothing has been found. Theory 2. There was a body mix-up by the subcontractor Bear and Battelle. During the investigation, it came to light that Mission Park didn't actually provide the services they say they did. What the Motts didn't know was that Mission Park used the subcontractor Bear and Battelle. Bear and Battelle had a terrible reputation for funeral services. Only a few months before, they were sued by the family of Beatrice Garza after mixing up her body with another woman's body. And as we mentioned before, the subcontractors had full
There again, how horrible is that? To mix up somebody else's body with your loved one's body, and that's not even your person. What incompetence can do that? That's insane to me. Like, how does that even happen? You have this person here, you mix it up with somebody else. How? You know, everything's tagged, everything's recorded, everything's this and that. It just doesn't make sense. Anybody that does that is beyond incompetent to me. I'm sorry. Yeah, he was escorted out, Chris, because he wouldn't leave. He just sat there and was going to stay. I don't know if the dude was going to sleep there or move in or what he was trying to do, but he had to be escorted out. It was sad and really creepy. So,
supervised access to the Mission Park facilities after hours. It was revealed in the trial that Mission Park didn't have any chain of command records and didn't train their employees properly. The problem with this theory is that Julie's casket was broken into, and while the subcontractors have been sued before due to a mix-up, their mistake was just that, a mix-up. Julie's casket was broken into such a way that suggested her body was taken by someone who didn't know how to properly open a casket. And while Mission Park was definitely negligent, there is no proof that a Mission Park or a Bear and Battelle employee broke into Julie's casket.
yeah, we covered that brutally. I remember that. There were body parts all over the place and different things and places, and it was a mess. I remember. It was definitely like a horror movie, though. It was horrible.
Take that little end off, you place the casket key inside of it, and then basically you will just turn it until it stops. Always replace that piece so you don't lose it. And then the top portion of the casket just opens up.
But Reddit users aren't the only ones with their own theories. Mission Park's owner, Dick Tips, had his own theories of what happened to Julie's remains. Theory 3. Satanists stole the body. During the civil trial, Mission Park attorneys brought up the theory that Nicholas Marino, an employee for Baer and Patel, may have played a role and claimed that he was a Satanist. Nicholas Marino is the lead vocalist for a death metal band named Flesh Hoarder. The band's Facebook page is filled with demonic images as well as posts about Satanism. This theory was quickly debunked during the trial. Baer and Patel's mortuary services owner, Frederick Baer, said that Marino had worked for the company for 5 years as a driver and was the most dependable person he knew. Baer said that he also confirmed that Marino had no contact with Julie's body, according to the company's log.
Welcome, Brad Guy. Good to see you, Brian. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you're doing good. Appreciate you being here.
Theory 4. Someone stole the body to bury it. Another theory proposed by Tips was that someone who knew Julie and opposed cremation may have stolen the body and buried it, but there is no proof of this either. And without any concrete evidence, we're back to square one. A brief overview of the facts. Jackie and I looked through all of the information, and at first
I did know that Virginia, they had a way of sealing the caskets, because once they go in the ground, they want to keep them as tightly closed and sealed to keep things out of it. So that I knew they had specific, I didn't know it was like that, but I knew they had specific types of locks in there that would seal it shut really like airtight. So, but that was interesting to see how they do that. I agree with you on that. Oh, I hope it's okay, Brian.
seemed like a cut and dry, the crazy boyfriend did it. He certainly had a motive, and even after her death, he was intent on harassing Julie's family as well as the funeral home. If he did sneak into the funeral home between the hours of 1:30 and 4:30 p.m., why wasn't it noticed? He would have needed to use the code at the door and know where Julie's body was being kept after the viewing. Next.
And see, those points right there takes me back to what SRB said. It makes me wonder if somebody on the inside had some involvement. To know the code to the door, 1. To know where she's being held, 2. And to get out without being seen, 3. All 3 of those things are so shady to me to be able to do without anybody having any bit of knowledge of this. Come on. Something is not right. Yeah, exactly, Virginia. I agree with that. Oh, okay. So yeah, I had to agree wholeheartedly with SRB when she said that, because nothing else makes sense. So did somebody pay off? It was either one of 3 things, in my opinion. This guy was involved and just somehow did these things. Secondly, it was him or somebody else that paid off somebody in the funeral home to be able to do this. Or thirdly, it was somebody that works for the funeral home that did this. Those are my 3 opinions as to how this happened, guys, but it's still crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Bill had to move Julie's body into his car while parked in the back of the funeral home without anyone noticing a corpse was being moved. While it isn't impossible, it is improbable due to so many variables. Another thing to note is that while Mission Park's alarm system wasn't tripped, Dick Tips admitted in the trial that the alarm code was the same code he used for 20 plus years, which was his active phone number at the time. The code was common knowledge to at least 22 current employees, as well as an unknown number of previous employees. Given that information, the proposed time of 1:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. for the body snatching seems less concrete. If it happened during an active workday, someone should have noticed any unauthorized vehicles parked where the hearses are typically parked. One possibility is that a past employee that worked at the funeral home but didn't work with the bodies stole Julie's body in the middle of the night. We believe that this is plausible because whoever took the body knew enough about Mission Park to find Julie's remains, but not enough about working with bodies to correctly open a casket without damaging it. Our theory: her body was stolen for parts. With that being said, this is where our theory comes in. We believe that Julie may have been stolen for parts. There is a thriving black market for cadaver parts in America, and human tissue is regularly trafficked. Recycled human parts are necessary.
And I thought about this theory too, but after embalming and after a certain period of time, I would imagine that it wouldn't be viable. Am I wrong with that, or am I not? You know, with my knowledge of anatomy and things like that from what I've done in the past, I know
The organs?
Well, definitely not the organs, because when you have an autopsy done and then an embalming, they usually bag the organs in a bag, tuck them back in the body, and sew the body up. Okay.
Right.
And then the embalming, if anybody doesn't know what that is, again, trigger warning, guys. I'm sorry. They will take all the blood out of the body and they put embalming fluid or formaldehyde. They pipe that into the body to preserve it. Okay. For a period of time so that there's no smell and things like that. Things don't rot. I know I hate saying these things out loud because people have to do these things, but I'm sorry, everyone. It's just explaining what it is. So at that point, the tissue starts to die, okay, after a period of time on a human being, just like with anything else. What could you possibly salvage from a body that anybody would want to pay money for is what I don't understand. Yeah, and that's it right there. She's right. That's why with organ donors, the body is kept on a ventilator to, you know, keep oxygenating the blood to keep the body viable and alive. Okay. So when that stops, there's no oxygenation done to the blood. The blood stops flowing. The heart's not moving. The body dies. The body starts dying immediately when the oxygenation stops, folks. That's all there is to it. And the tissue, the body, the organs go, the tissue stops moving, all of it. It's just done. How could somebody want to buy that as if it's not there? I don't get it. It's wild to me. I don't understand this. So there was a guy long ago that kept stealing a girl's body he fell in love with. He kept her for years. Now, see, that's what I was wondering about this.
That's
Truly,
the only thing I can think of, honestly, especially after embalming.
yeah. And it's so disgusting to me because there are necrophiliacs out there that do these weird things, and you know the satanic thing was a theory that made me go, okay, maybe. You know what I mean? Because it does make sense.
Hey, Mom.
So I don't know, you guys, but it is wild to me. I don't understand it. Welcome, Mom. Good to see you. Oops, I forgot it. She never uses it, but either way, your link is not there. Hold on. I gave you Mama Bear's link again. I do that all the time. Sorry. 1 second. There you go, Mom. Just in case you want to. It's in the chat. But yeah, I just don't get it. But yeah, that was my thought right there, brutally, is that what this was about? Because she was a very pretty girl. Beautiful girl, okay? And there are some pretty bad sickos out there. Just saying. Squishy Bum, welcome to you. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing great. Appreciate you joining us.
Hiya,
So
Squishy.
there is that, guys, and that's where my thought process has gone with this whole thing. Just to be honest with you, it really has. And that's the other side too, Virginia. She had cystic fibrosis, so her organs probably were not viable to begin with. Maybe a couple, you know, different things, maybe, but most of the internal organs probably weren't, you know, eyeballs and pieces like that. But they're talking about people like they've parted bodies out. I hate to talk this way. It drives me nuts. Or limbs and pieces of limbs and stuff. It's disgusting, but it happens. And there's been companies that use body parts to help make and create prosthesis for bodies based on an arm or something. You know, it's weird to think these things. These are human beings, and it just bothers me to talk about it. The whole point is it's strange. The whole thing is strange, and I cannot get past how or why this happened. So
for certain medical procedures, including wrinkle fillers, skin grafts, and bone grafts. The culprit could have heard about Julie being cremated and wrong.
So here's what because I can't shut my mouth long enough for you guys to hear these things. Listen to this part here. This is what they're talking about.
thriving black market for cadaver parts in America, and human tissue is regularly trafficked. Recycled human parts are necessary for certain medical procedures, including wrinkle fillers, skin grafts, and bone grafts. The culprit could have heard about Julie being cremated and wrongly assumed that she wouldn't be embalmed, making her a suitable target.
And somebody pointed something out to me that is very, very possible. There is a drug that gets put out that comes from a human brain. Is that a possibility? Possibly, but again, I don't know if the brain has to be.
You would think the brain would have to be viable.
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah. So there again, that's a very good point, though. Could somebody have been stupid and thought, "Hey, I'm going to get this by doing this"? You know what I mean? It's very possible. I don't know. Great point, though. Very great point. I never even thought of that. Thank you, Brutally. I saw what you sent, and I appreciate it very much. Yeah, and Arctic, I did get it. Thank you, brother. Be careful out there if you didn't hear me, and be safe. I still feel that it was inside somehow too, you guys. There's no way that you had the code. I don't care how easy the code was, unless you used to work there, okay, or you paid somebody off that worked there to help you through this. So, Mom says the brain has to be fresh. So there it is. Thank you, Mom. I was wondering that myself. It kind of makes sense. You would think it would have to be to have that chemical work that way.
Right.
Welcome, Amy. Thank you for joining us. Was it a school that uses these things for like cadaver classes or something, and they don't want to pay for it, or I don't know. There's so many different reasons. And Mom also says that if the body was embalmed, then the DMT would not be any good. Well, there it is. So that's a no. Okay. Buenos dias to you, Miss Amy. Thank you for being here. Okay, thank you very much, Brutally. And it does make sense, very much sense, Mom. That was my question. I didn't want to outright ask somebody that, but thank you. I appreciate that, Mom. It makes absolute sense because you'd think it'd have to be fresh to have the things work the way they should. So.
Unfortunately, there are no clues left besides a broken casket. This is all just speculation. What we know for a fact is that someone stole Julie's body and denied her family closure. This selfish person or people are causing unnecessary grief for the Mott family. At the time of the making of this video, Julie's remains have never been found. If you have any information, please call San Antonio Police.
And they still have not been found at this point either, guys. It's been a long time. So where is this body? Okay, what could somebody have done with this? I'm going to pull up the presser where the parents spoke up on this. Which was the one I was going to pull up in it. 1 second, guys. Sorry. This one really just razzes me. I can't get it. I just don't get it.
Almost exactly 2 months after their daughter's body disappeared from a Northside funeral home, the parents of Julie Mott are again pleading for the public's health. The young woman had lost her fight with cystic fibrosis, and she had planned to be cremated. Jessica Griella reports her parents today also had a message for whoever removed her body after her memorial service.
This was the first time Julie Mott's mother had spoken publicly about what she called a horrendous act.
This selfish person who took her could not have loved her any more than I do. I need her back, please.
Not being able to fulfill her daughter's final wish of being cremated, she says.
JC, it happened in 2018.
Is unbearable.
It is breaking my heart each and every day.
Since August 15th, following her daughter's memorial service at Mission Park North.
Be it one or more persons went in unnoticed and lifted her body out of the casket.
I know that eventually we'll find her.
The likely charge, a Class A misdemeanor, abuse of a corpse.
Sick mind. What else could it be?
Asked if they knew who may have done it, Mott's father paused as Police Chief Bill McManus whispered in his ear.
Okay. Yes.
She had cystic fibrosis, Walt, and passed away from the disease.
He left it at that. Yet the initial police report described an unnamed suspect obsessed with calling and texting her. He'd been invited to her memorial service and was the last to leave.
I don't care who you are, but somehow get word to someone where we can find her. So we ask that you please return our Julie to us.
Jesse Degollado, KSAT 12 News.
Now, Chief McManus would not discuss the case or the possible suspect. Instead, he urged anyone with information to simply call 225-TIPS. There is a $20,000 reward being offered by Dick Tips, who is the owner of Mission Park North.
A damn shame you have to offer a reward to have a body found that was taken from a funeral home. It's insane.
That's pretty wild.
And is it as if this family has not gone through enough losing their child like this, as horrible as it was? Still, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I see you, Brian. What's up? You keep saying my name. Yes, JC. There's Phil. Good afternoon. How are you, Phil?
Hiya, Phil.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna throw this up here. There's not a whole lot of stuff on this. It's not a typical case. Hold on. There's a couple news reports, and what I just showed you, there's not a lot on this to be able to put out like that. So, that was his name too, Dick Tips. I don't know. No comment. I just left that alone. But I see what you're saying, Chris. That's ridiculous. So this explains when this ex-boyfriend was actually finally charged. Yep, that was the name, Doodle. It was the name. I saw you. I knew you were going to catch it.
Now to a breaking story we first told you about through our KSAT app. A big development in the case of the missing remains of Julie Mott.
This is the former boyfriend of Julie Mott. San Antonio police are charging Bill Wilburn with 2 counts of criminal trespassing. Courtney Friedman joins us now. Courtney, we understand Wilburn accused of showing up multiple times at the same funeral home from which Mott's body disappeared in 2015.
Steve, he is. Wilburn's arrest is the latest development in a case that has jolted investigators since Mott's remains were stolen from Mission Park North 18 months ago. 2 weeks after Mott's body disappeared, searchers found another person's remains at McAllister Park. SAPD later said the second body was not related to the Mott case. Last year, Mott's family sued Mission Park seeking more than $1 million in damages. Then this month, the first arrest related to the case, a former boyfriend who police say simply cannot stay away from the scene of the crime. For Julie Mott's family, the excruciating pain of losing a daughter at age 25 intensified when her remains disappeared from this Northside funeral chapel in August 2015. Mott's request to be cremated denied. Her body to this day is still missing.
The fact that I cannot fulfill her final wishes is unbearable.
But San Antonio police confirming a flurry of activity in the case within the past 10 days. Last week, a judge signed a warrant allowing investigators to collect a DNA sample from 31-year-old Bill Wilburn, Mott's former boyfriend and longtime person of interest in the case. In a separate development, Wilburn was arrested February 10th and charged with 2 counts of criminal trespassing. A warrant obtained by the defender shows during a 4-day period last June, Wilburn twice showed up at Mission Park North, was captured on surveillance video, and in one incident fled after being seen by several witnesses. Wilburn was banned from the premises weeks after Mott's remains were stolen.
I don't think that he's given us all the information that we need, and he certainly hasn't been what I would call overly cooperative.
SAPD has stopped short of calling Wilburn a suspect, but remains hopeful that he or someone else will lead them to Mott's remains.
Everybody wants that opportunity to put their family to rest in the way that they choose to.
Wilburn is free on bond. His next court appearance is March 6th. An Mission Park representative said the company installed cameras after Wilburn kept showing up on the property. For the defenders, Courtney Friedman, KSAT 12 News.
One second, guys. Doodle, it's fine. You're human just like the rest of us, and quite a few of us were laughing as well. I mean, come on. Dick Tips? Think about that. Could you live your life with that name? I don't think I could. It's okay to laugh. You're not a child.
And that leads us to today. The civil trial pitting Mott's family against Mission Park Funeral Home began this morning.
Yeah, the lawsuit accuses the funeral home of negligent conduct and gross negligence. Paul Venema in court for opening arguments and testimony in that civil suit.
In their opening statement, lawyers for the family of Julie Mott argued that Mission Park was negligent from the beginning.
There are no written policies to tell the employees exactly what they're supposed to do, exactly what the management expectation is in this situation.
They said that Julie Mott's body was in an unsecured room awaiting transfer to a crematorium. The security system and locks, they allege, were inadequate.
Locks, they've had the same locks for 10 years. One key fits every single exterior door.
The lawyer for the funeral home argued that the blame is not with their client, it is with Mott's ex-boyfriend, Bill Wilburn.
Bill Wilburn did this. So from the start, the Mott family immediately blamed Bill Wilburn as being responsible.
Salazar countered, saying that this is not the focus of this trial, it's a criminal matter.
This case is and will always be about who accepted the responsibility for protecting Julie and retaining care, custody, and control.
Which funeral home owner Dick Tips testified was done.
When you entrust Mission Park, we'll take care of the arrangements from the very first call until the disposition.
The Mott family was not here at the courthouse for the trial's opening, too emotionally draining for them, according to their lawyer. Paul Venema, KSAT 12 News.
All right, 1 minute.
Phil, did you fall and bump your head?
What did you just say, Mama Bear?
I asked Phil if they fell and bumped their head.
I woke up in a field with Mikey, Arctic Fox, and Walt, surrounded by flying monkeys. We were off to see the Dago. Yes, the wonderful Dick. You okay, Dave, Phil? What in the hell?
Like I said.
Flying migrants? Good Lord have mercy. What the hell did you eat last night?
Right.
Wow. That's a... Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Next up here, let's see. like I said, guys, there's not a whole lot of coverage on this. Mostly what I've showed you in that main story, didn't get paid a lot of attention to. The news, the local news there did, because I mean, I can't imagine not, you know what I mean? But did you hear yellow? Did you follow the yellow brick road, Phil? That's what I was gonna say. It sounds like the mushrooms. Did you eat mushrooms last night, Phil? Now be honest. Here we go. Hung up.
This is a family business of 5 generations, and I just am not believing, excuse me, I'm just not believing that this is happening.
So we wouldn't rule out anyone at this point. So while they are following up on cases, we do know that there is a distinct possibility that the person that we need to be watching hasn't come to our attention yet.
I just can't believe that it's a Class A misdemeanor. The truth of the matter is that a Timex watch is more important than human remains.
And that's the problem that the funeral director had got, I guess, went running around with the police, because they weren't prioritizing it like they should have been. You know what I mean? Which I can agree. That should be like your number one priority, is a missing body that's deceased. So not number one priority, but it should be up there on the list. Okay, hold on here. I'm trying to give a little bit of the, we're not going to run the trial, but
You guys are comedians today.
what'd you say, Mama Bear?
I said these guys are comedians today.
I just noticed that the whole chat's doing this. This is hilarious. All right, this last one's a little bit longer, but it'll hang on.
Jody.
Ooh, Miss Jody. You guys are a trip. All right, hang on.
Hiya, Mikey. Hiya, Jana.
All right, sorry guys, just technical issues here, but I think I got it now. All right.
Of course, learn a little bit more about her and about this big question of what has happened to her body, which is really what today's episode is about. Let's start with an article. This is from the nydailynews.com. And we're going to get some details here. A 25-year-old woman's body was stolen from her casket in a Texas funeral home in broad daylight, baffling police and forcing her family to deal with losing her a second time. It's really a terrible story in terms of the grief that her family is having to endure. Her body was stolen after her funeral in San Antonio on August 15th of 2015, which would have been her 26th birthday. Mott's body was discovered missing the next morning when staff went to take her for cremation and found the casket had been broken into. This is another part of why this story is so tragic. Her body is taken, and her final wishes were to be cremated. She had dealt with a disease for most of her life, so this is something that she had talked about to her parents. Her mother's very upset because she feels like it's the last thing that Julie wanted, and of course she can't get it done for her. But there were no signs of forced entry on the Mission Parks Funeral Chapel North home, and no alarms had gone off or been tampered with overnight. That means her body was likely stolen from a private viewing area between the end of the service at 1:30 p.m. and the end of the business day at 4:30 p.m. Very, very interesting that it would be.
That's a 3-hour window in broad daylight that I still can't get past unless it's somebody inside the facility. I really can't get past the fact that I think it's somebody that works there was involved. Welcome, CLK. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're having a great day. It's great to see you again. I really can't get past the belief that I think somebody that works there was involved in this. That's just my opinion. Virginia sent 3 months after Julie's body disappeared. She received 2 calls from a man asking for ways to preserve a body, including placing it in a glass case. See? Crazy people here. This is nuts. Absolutely insane.
Be stolen in the middle of the day like that. Just how would you get away with it without being seen? I have to assume that there are other people at least working at the business that day if it's open until 4:30, let alone other families going to view their lost loved ones. The body theft is the first one in the funeral home's 108-year history, as the crime is not common. This is a funeral home that is generations, I think 5 generations of family have owned this funeral home. Quote, "This is an unprecedented and unthinkable event, and we are doing everything in our power to cooperate with the ongoing police investigation," funeral director Robert Tipps said in a statement. Let me just get it out now because you're going to see it in some of the stuff we're reviewing, or if you look into this case for yourself. Robert's middle name is Dickson, and he sometimes goes by the nickname Dick.
Okay. Thank you so much again, CLK, for joining us. For all you crafters and anybody that's into that stuff, or even if you just like to watch this stuff, please check out CLK's channel here. She does some really cool stuff, very interesting stuff. There's the link right there. My wife does watch her stuff too, and you'll not be disappointed at 100% if you guys are into that kind of stuff. So please go check it out. Subscribe if you have not, and make sure to hit that notification bell. That way you don't miss anything she does. So again, thank you so much. Oh, I got what you meant. No worries. 5 generations of anyway.
So you'll see in other articles, yes, this guy really decided to call himself Dick Tipps. The funeral home's owners are close friends with the Mott family and knew the woman since she was born, making them outraged by this shameful act, Tipps said. Close friends is maybe even a bit of an understatement. Robert Tipps is a former employer of Julie's father. The Mott family actually lived in a home that they rented from Robert Tipps for a period of time as well. As a matter of fact, Julie's father was fired by Robert at some point in their past, but it was about 5 years, I believe, before this took place. The funeral home is offering a $20,000 reward for information leading to the body's discovery. They have a contact phone number. I will have that in the description box below. I am hoping someone out there has the information and will step up and pass it to the authorities so they can bring Julie back to her family and let them complete their grieving process.
That's a good point.
It's really
Goodall.
terrible how they're just stuck right now. I mean, they've already had to deal with her being taken away from them through an illness that she battled her whole life, which we'll learn more about. But now, right in the middle of their grieving process, they've been stopped. And I think that's really terrible. Julie did have a Facebook page. It has now been converted to a remembrance page. We can see that she went to San Antonio College. She attended Winston Churchill High School. She was in the class of 2007. For music, her favorite was Lil Wayne. She likes Stephen King novels. The King of Queens, one of her favorite television shows. And when it comes to athletics, I'll sleep just 5 more. Part of her disease affected her breathing very heavily, and she spent a lot of time in bed. For sports and sports team, we both see that it is about equestrian and horseback riding. Apparently, she loved horses. Her mother, at her funeral, even had a ring on Julie that said horses on it. Now moving on to an article from sfglobe.com. Kind of interesting to see coverage of this going all the way to San Francisco, but it's certainly a national story. Body of 25-year-old woman stolen from funeral home 1 day after service. Julie Mott suffered from cystic fibrosis and passed away due to complications from the disease on August 8th of 2015. Mott was diagnosed at 2 years old, and doctors didn't expect her to live past 3. The fact she was able to experience 25 years of life is extraordinary. Despite being bedridden for most of it, she was still able to live a somewhat normal life, even graduating with a degree from San Antonio College in Texas. Her obituary, printed by the Daily Mail, painted the picture of a young woman who was cherished immeasurably by her family. Quote, Julie lived her life in a house full of love. Her family was deeply devoted to her living as normal of a life as possible. Perhaps her greatest relationship was the one she had with her mother. The bond between a mother and her daughter is always strong, but theirs was stronger. The facility had no security cameras, so there remains a huge question around how someone was able to smuggle a body out unnoticed. In the aftermath of the incident, Dick Tips, owner of the funeral home, is urging lawmakers to increase the punishment for such a crime. As it stands, the crime of stealing a human body is classified as a Class A misdemeanor for abuse of a corpse, a punishment that Tips feels is far too light. In a San Antonio Police Department report, one potential suspect was listed. And we're going to learn a lot more about that suspect. It's interesting. I kind of debate whether I should cover much information on him or not, because he seems to be a bit of an attention seeker. He seems to really enjoy the attention he's getting around this case in some kind of weird way. But it's too critical to the story. So we are going to cover it. But before we get into all that, let's learn a little bit more about cystic fibrosis. It is a genetic disorder that affects mostly the lungs. Long-term issues include difficulty breathing and coughing up mucus as a result of frequent lung infections. Different people may have different degrees of symptoms. There is no known cure for cystic fibrosis. I'll have a link to the Wikipedia article down in the description box below if you want to learn more about that. Moving over to mysanantonio.com. Search for stolen body of a woman at McAllister Park results in discovery of another corpse. So essentially, they decided to look at some places. I think there was about 50 people that got together, and they started looking at locations that were at least close to the funeral home, and in a park nearby, they found a corpse, but it wasn't Julie. Employees of the funeral home and other volunteers were searching for Mott's body when they found the badly decomposed remains of an adult in a wooded area, said Officer Douglas Green, a San Antonio police spokesman. Quote, at this point, we think it was a coincidence they came across human remains, Green said. We strongly feel it was not Julie Mott. The body was so badly decomposed, police couldn't determine the age, sex, or race, he said. And I've seen information since confirming it is indeed not Julie's body. However, I haven't seen a whole lot of information about whose body it is or how that investigation's going. So if you're able to find some info on that, please share it in the description box or in the comment box below with the rest of us so we can take a look at it as well. Moving over to a local station there, KENS5.com. We get some more info. 8 months after the body of Julie Mott disappeared, her ex-boyfriend remains a person of interest in the case, according to the San Antonio Police Department. That's the person of interest that was mentioned in the article previously. They're a bit slow to come out with his name. We eventually will learn his name is Bill. We're going to learn a lot more about him as well. And they might have some good cause to be interested in Bill in particular. He was phoning her a lot leading right up to her death, and they had been separated for 2 years at this point. If what he says is true, and I'm just throwing that out there with a grain of salt because he has been all over a message board. I'll tell you guys about that later, talking about their relationship. But he says that they actually lived together for a while, but when they broke up, that she then moved back in with her parents. Her brother, also on that same message board, says that there might have been some emotional and possibly physical abuse that was going on in that relationship, and that's part of the reason why she left.
2015 CLK. I think I wrote the wrong year earlier. I apologize, guys. It's 2015. My apologies.
Doesn't say, is it 15 or 18?
It was 15. Sorry.
Bill says it's because he not even fell in love. He got infatuated with someone else, and he considers it a big mistake that he really should have stayed with Julie the whole time. SAPD and Mott's ex-boyfriend both confirm cadaver dogs were used to search the man's home and car, as well as a piece of property belonging to his grandparents. The ex-boyfriend's social media activity has also been scrutinized, highly scrutinized. His Facebook, he turned it off, he turned it back on. We're going to see he talks to one publication here a little bit later, but really there is a thread going on at a site called My Death Space, which I'll have a link to the thread down below. It's 127 pages, over 3,000 separate postings. He jumps into this, if I remember correctly, around page 8 or 9, and then he weaves back in and out of it. Her brother joins in on the conversation here as well. It's pretty dramatic. Let me just put that out there. But if you're looking to get some insight into Bill and possibly what he's thinking, and maybe is he involved in this or not, I think it's pretty invaluable. It's something that you really want to look into. His account, he would occasionally lash out at people in a pretty obscene way. So some of his accounts got shut down, but the name he goes by is Heartbroken. And then as he has to open new account, he goes Heartbroken 2, Heartbroken 3. He gets all the way up to like Heartbroken 8 or 9. And if you're curious about her brother's posts on here, his name is heartbroken.my.ass. So you'll be able to find his post fairly easily here and see the conversation that's going on between the two of them. Now, moving ahead to an article at expressnews.com. This is the San Antonio Express News in January of 2016. So we're talking about 5 months or so after this has occurred. Mission Park sued. It looks like Julie's family is not happy with the mortuary and decides to sue them. Her family has sued Mission Park Funeral Chapels and Cemeteries, accusing it of gross negligence and seeking damages of more than $1 million. Quote, Mission lost possession of Julie Mott's body and to this day has been unable to explain how, the lawsuit states. It was the third lawsuit in less than 2 years over mishaps with bodies at San Antonio funeral homes. Bit of a disturbing trend. Mission Park released a statement. Unfortunately, we haven't received the lawsuit yet, so we can't comment on the complaint itself, the statement said. However, at Mission Park, we've never believed this theft was an issue of money. It was always about finding Julie's remains and helping the police locate the person who committed this crime. The survivors of Jose C. Perez, who was 70 when he died on February 9th, 2014, are also suing Mission Park, same company, claiming the company confused their deceased father with someone else's loved one and dressed the wrong corpse in their dad's favorite suit and jewelry. That raises an important point about Julie's case. I'm seeing information that her jewelry was actually left in the casket. And just to give you some detail about what's at least being discussed out there, people are saying the casket was pried open instead of opened properly using a casket key. They're saying that she was put onto a gurney and the gurney was moved to another part near the back door where the roll-up doors are for getting bodies out to a vehicle, and that her hair was found on that gurney. I have not seen any information to confirm that the hair was actually tested and they are 100% sure that that is Julie's hair. I'm assuming that this is information possibly coming from an investigator, but I can't even find info to confirm that. So please take that with a grain of salt. But the casket was left behind, which is pretty strange because even if someone's going to be cremated, they're usually transported in the casket. The casket is rented for the services and then eventually returned, but that's after the cremation is done. So her body was removed in a bit of an odd way, and possibly the casket looks like it could have been broken into. So, but back to this. So we have another case here where they just got the body wrong, put the wrong clothes on the body. At a private viewing, however, the family was presented with the body of another deceased man, and then the staff said that they did not know where their father's remains are and conducted a 2 to 3 hour search, finding his body at another funeral home, the lawsuit states. Pretty, God, that would be terrible. I would hate for that to happen to a family member of mine. It's already such a tough time. You're already going through all these emotions and having to do this weird stuff like plan, a party around this, around remembering your lost loved one, and having to worry about food and flowers. I mean, there's a lot of really weird things you have to deal with when you're going through this. And on top of all that, to think that a company you're trusting to simply prepare your loved one, have them dressed appropriately, and be at the location where everyone's going to see them gets it wrong. It's really, really terrible. The Perez case was similar to the lawsuit claims filed in March by the family of Beatrice Garza against Zamaripa Funeral Home, Inc., which operates as Memorial Funeral Home, and Buyer and Bytel Mortuary Service, LLC. Why am I telling you guys about this third case? Keep that name in mind, Buyer and Bytel Mortuary Service, LLC. It accused the business of dressing the wrong woman in Garza's favorite dress and putting her in Garza's casket. Her family repeatedly told funeral home staff that the woman in their mother's clothes was not their mother. It took funeral home staff a few hours to find Garza's body once they started looking. And just looking into this case and listening to people's stories around it, I've heard some terrible things, all the way to people being cremated that weren't scheduled to be cremated, that were planning on being buried. Mistakes do happen in these businesses, but there seems to be something going on. You've got 2 lawsuits against one company in particular, and then a third one against another company, Buyer and Bytel Mortuary Service. Jumping over to news.com.au. A man accused of stealing his ex-girlfriend's corpse from a funeral home has launched an extraordinary attack on her family. It is the first time Bill Wilburn, the prime suspect in this morbid crime, has spoken to the media. Mr. Wilburn contacted news.com.au to complain about his treatment at the hands of the Mott family. Mr. Wilburn, who dated Julie for 6 years, claims her family did everything they could to keep him away from her, even threatening to eject him from her funeral. From what I've seen, particularly from the comments of Julie's brother, they were allowing Bill to come to this funeral. And remember the accusations that I told you about. They think that he might have been abusive to her. If nothing else, it seems like he cheated on her at some point. Didn't seem like he treated her in a particularly good manner, but they still allowed him to be part of her funeral and to come there. So where this claim is coming from, I'm not sure. Quote, "It's still very unreal for me. For years, I've mentally prepared for her passing, but nothing could prepare me for being robbed of the chance to mourn for her," he wrote in a rambling message sent to news.com.au from his Facebook account, which he then deactivated. If you look into the thread that I mentioned earlier, you're going to see some pretty extreme rambling, and it does really make you question, is this the type of person that could have done something like this? Could he have broken into the mortuary and taken her body at some point, maybe even after hours? I mean, we know that the alarms weren't triggered. Did he have some way to get around that? We also don't know what type of alarm system we're talking about. From what I've seen, I've only seen mention specifically of motion detectors. I haven't seen a very good analysis to say that, the doors had triggers on them. If someone would have opened the doors, that would have triggered the alarm. And I haven't really seen anyone discuss the possibility that perhaps the alarm was not activated that night. Typically, you have to activate the alarm. The last employee out needs to turn that on. Is there a possibility that that wasn't turned on this particular day? I'm not sure. Mr. Wilburn also denied having anything to do with Julie's missing corpse. Several months ago, he accused Julie's brother of being the culprit in a bizarre and epically long thread hosted by My Death Space. Someone either stole her remains or the funeral home is completely at fault and doing everything they can to avoid taking responsibility. The other thing to keep in mind here is we know that they took a cadaver dog to his car, to his home, and from what I've heard about cadaver dogs and how they work, they don't just detect if the corpse is actually there. They can detect places where a corpse was put for a matter of minutes and then moved. So the fact that they didn't get enough information to charge him, if they really took cadaver dogs through his personal areas like that, makes me suspect that maybe he's not involved in this. Yes, he seems obsessive. We're going to see his obsession as we go through some more of these stories here. And another question that a lot of people ask, particularly in the My Death Space thread, is this guy really smart enough to have done this and then come here and drop hundreds of messages like this? Doesn't it seem like if you got away with a crime like this that you would try to not be calling attention to yourself? Bill plainly says in one of those messages, he knows investigators are looking through that thread over and over. It even makes me suspicious of some of the stuff that he's laying in there. At one point, he talks about how he gets sick at the sight of blood and he's a germaphobe. He can't even touch door handles. I don't know if I really believe in all that, because literally 2 lines down from that message, oh yeah, the investigators are looking at this thread. I know they are. But we'll see. The Mott family remains convinced that Mr. Wilburn stole Julie's body. They have claimed Julie with unwanted calls and text messages for weeks and he lay in the hospital. One of the interesting threads talk about a tape he actually did on a website at one point. Unfortunately, luckily, the other user did the transcript and got a lot of was in the thread at My Death Space. So you can find it there. It was a phone conversation between Bill and Julie, and it seemed like he was kind of egocentric. It seemed like he really wasn't thinking about her end of the conversation very much, and it seemed like she really wasn't interested in even being on the phone with him. So you might want to check that out and see if you got the same feelings that I did about that conversation thread. But
You're muted, dude.
Sorry, guys. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think my internet signal's goofing up again. Surprise. If it does that, that's usually what it is. So I'm sorry.
We're moving on to ksat.com. And here, this is from February 21st of 2017. We're coming much more current on this story. Ex-boyfriend charged. Bill Wilburn, 31, accused of twice entering Mission Park funeral home. What the heck is this about? I wish I knew, guys, but let's learn more. According to a criminal complaint, Wilburn was seen on surveillance video entering Mission Park North on June 26th and June 29th, despite being issued a criminal trespass notice weeks after Mott's body disappeared. Now, you notice at this point they have a camera system. We'll learn why in a minute. In the first incident, Wilburn fled from the premises after being identified by 3 witnesses, according to court records. Quote, I think he's being a little disingenuous, and I don't think he's giving us all the information that we need, and he certainly hasn't been.
Now, explain to me, if she's already been taken, she's not there anymore, and it's been months after she passed, what the hell good is it going to do him to go to the funeral home? What the hell's he looking for? Somebody tell me what the hell this kid's look. I mean, this is beyond obsessive, in my opinion. This is like borderline,
psychotic.
Norman Bates shit, okay? Psychotic's not even the word. This is insanity. And the way the guy interviews, it's like nothing happened. So I want to know why he's going back two different times, months after she's been stolen already. Was he gonna? What are you doing? I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense to me at all. None of this. And I don't know if he did this. I mean, everything that points to him makes it look like he would have been the one to do it. But they searched everything. They did this. That doesn't mean that he didn't put her somewhere completely different. That's what I was just gonna say. Get out of my head, RB. Unless he was looking for another body. I mean, this is so flippin' weird that, guys, I could not show this to you guys for anybody that didn't know about it. It's crazy. Absolutely.
What I would call overly cooperative, police spokesman Sergeant Jesse Salome said. A Mission Park representative said Tuesday that the company installed surveillance cameras after Wilburn was issued a criminal trespass warning.
Yeah, they only put cameras in after this guy kept breaking in. Why didn't this place have cameras to begin with? I mean, I would think that would be just kind of a thing,
Exactly.
But I guess not. Welcome, Mom. How are you, dear? Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Hello. You don't sound happy. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm just a little off my game right now.
Well, is everything okay?
Yeah. Gabby's documentary came out today, and I woke up and did some cleaning and watched it. And it's just
who put it
really
out?
hard. Netflix.
Is it like John Bonet's, or is it it's done tastefully, right? Because they did a movie and it pissed me off and I refused to watch it. So it's done tastefully.
Yes, it's Gabby's family, and
okay, I will then
just
watch it.
brings a whole new realism when I've met them. I've got Gabby bracelets on my arm that came from Nikki. Like, I'm not just some true crime fanatic that's like, ooh, Gabby Petito. I've actually met her siblings. I've met her mom. I've met Jim. I'm interacted with these people and hugged her mother, and it really hit me hard.
Yeah, it was a rough case. That was one of the first ones that was actually the first case that I came online for, and I was obsessed with that one just because I thought I knew the answer to it, which I did, but most of us did, and that the fact that they couldn't get him bugged the hell out of me. So I get that part of it, because she seemed like such, especially watching, honestly, the thing that got me in Gabby's case was watching her on video talking and then knowing what he did, as she came off being such the sweet person that she was. It was very hard to imagine how anybody could have done to her what he did. So I get that too. I've never met the family. I'm not in that motion, where you're at there, but still I can understand why that would be very hard.
Yeah, it was it was like I prepared myself, and I thought, you know, Mikey, it was really hard for me, like on a personal level, but it was really done really well. And if you can sit through it, I suggest watching it because it was just
Yeah.
phenomenal.
I've
It
been
was
waiting for it to come out.
absolutely phenomenal.
I've been waiting for it to come out to see how it was done. So I will be watching it as compared to the movie that they put out that I refused to watch because it just pissed me off. It seemed too disrespectful to me. So I wouldn't watch it. I still haven't and I won't. Hold on a minute. Sorry, my dogs heard somebody fart, I think, and they started going insane because that's all it takes. So yeah, I'm sorry that you're going through that, Mom. I know it's rough. Like I said, that one, I don't know why. That was the first case that I did that one with notebooks and pens, trying to figure that out. I was obsessed with it, and I knew what I thought happened, and we were pretty much all right. And then, of course, I was pissed at his parents and felt for her parents because of what they went through. There was a lot of emotion in that case, I think, for a lot of people, and I think that's really kind of what kicked off true crime on the internet, per se, for what I noticed, and got a lot of us rolling in it. And I'm just very unhappy with the outcome that he was able to do what he did and not have to pay for what he did.
Well, you know, sitting at home and editing a video together or doing a live about Gabby, in the beginning, I don't want to say it was easy because none of these cases are easy to cover.
No.
But it was different than it is now because I've actually been with them and, you know, physically wrapped my arms around them. And I have 2 Gabby bracelets that I wear every day that Nicole gave me herself. And
yeah, I've noticed you take a lot of these cases very, very personal.
When it's families that I've met or I've dealt with on a personal level outside of the internet, they hit hard.
Of course.
And I really thought I was prepared. I really thought I got this. I'm going to support. I'm going to watch this. You know, the family is going to be on. They're not going to have a bunch of dirtbag YouTubers on here. And I wasn't ready.
I get it. I do. Believe me, nobody's ever going to call you out and say, hey, toughen up, deal with it. But I promise you, this is not easy to do, you guys, in a lot of senses, for a lot of cases. Before a lot of you guys were around, Mama Bear was here, Doodlebug was here. Both of them have had to talk to me, and I've not met a lot of the people that I've talked about the cases with, okay, their families or anything, but that alone, they've had to talk to me, and Mama Bear sitting right here can tell you about my reaction to some of these cases, okay, and how I felt about it. Doodle can say the same thing. You know, when Sebastian first went missing, I went insane with that. Kylie Rodney, Mama Bear, you remember Kylie Rodney's case for me.
Yep.
I didn't sleep through that one, guys, pretty much at all, because it was driving me nuts, you know, and it will happen. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. And I've had others that bothered me really bad too. So it's not easy to do, regardless of, we can come out here and talk for 4 or 5 hours about something, and we can laugh through different things here and there, which you have to. In the end, it's real. Okay, and we know it's real, and it hits you dead square in the middle of your heart sometimes. Sometimes it passes you by, you get lucky. Sometimes it goes to the back of your mind, and you don't think about it like that. But in a lot of senses, it hits you hard. That's why we do what we do, because we care about these things so much. And we go to bed at night when everybody else goes away, still thinking about that kind of stuff, and it's very hard. So thank God you have all of us, Mom, because a lot of us feel the same thing, and you know you're supported by all of us. We all love you and appreciate everything you do, and I specifically, we all do, but I'm telling you from me, I appreciate the passion and the love and care that you put into the cases that you personally cover yourself. I really do, and I hope you know how much I respect you and care about you for that. That means a lot to me as a person.
You know, you try to be strong, and you try to be the voice or the face when they don't have the ability to do that for themselves.
Right.
But like Doodle said, you become their protector. You
feel like that,
you
yes.
become a pit bull that you never knew lived inside you.
Yes. And like I said before, like with Sebastian, a lot of us felt like he's our child. You know what I mean? And wanted him home that bad. Or Vlad for you. That's the same feeling you have and get. Quentin Simon, that was another one that I took very hard. Very hard. I didn't show a lot of that because of that. The case that we just covered the trial for, Baby Evelyn, I didn't cover that case for a reason. It was rough. When I watched it, I just couldn't bring myself to talk about it regularly I'm very sensitive and emotional at some point, and I knew how I'd react to it. And that's no understatement by any means. That's something else Mama Bear can tell you. Very emotional about things, where she'll pop up here sometimes if I'm talking about something, knowing that I need to drop off or back away or stop talking because of that. So it's not an easy thing to do. This genre is very hard to daily come into every single day, talking about a lot of the stuff we do, especially when it comes to children. That's a rough one for me. I actually have a form of PTSD relating to children's deaths from what I used to do. So talking about the cases will trigger that. I do it on purpose as a form of therapy because I think it helps me in that way sometimes to get through stuff like that. But there's always one or two or a few of these cases that when we grab a hold of them, you don't stop thinking about this when you log off of your computer or you take a day or two off. It's still in your head. So I absolutely get it. And I'm sorry that you're going through that, Mom. I know it's rough. This isn't the only one I know that affects you that way. So, or that
Stephen Doherty's my case.
Yes, that one too. That just makes me angry. That one really makes me mad. I don't get emotional. I get mad with that one. But still, just know that you know it's understood, Mom. You don't ever have to feel, you know what I mean, like something's not right with it, and not express yourself or your feelings is all I'm saying. Not that you wouldn't, you know what I mean, though. I appreciate you and respect it.
I appreciate it. It just took me a few minutes to come up. Y'all didn't want me up here 20 minutes ago.
Okay. It's okay.
It
Absolutely.
took me a few minutes to gather myself where I was not in tears and snot rolling out of my face. So I'm good now. I
get it.
And cigarettes. So
as long as you got the candy, that's all that matters. I get it. Absolutely. 100%. Walt, I know what you meant by that. Sit down. You're such an asshat. Such an asshat. Anyway, let me continue. Did you know what we're talking about today, Mom, with this one? You ever heard of this one? This body, Julie Mott. This is the first one we're looking at, but Julie Mott, her body went missing the day of her memorial service. They had it. She passed away from cystic fibrosis. They had a funeral for her, a memorial, you know what I mean? Viewing, whatever you call it. And then sometime between 1 and 4:30 p.m. that day, her body went missing. This was back in 2015, and they've never found it.
Our body just poof went missing from the funeral
home. Yep.
Has anybody in the funeral home ever been charged with necrophilia?
Not that's ever been reported. That was my first and foremost thought, because a lot of people agree. SRB said it first in here that it has to be an inside job at some aspect, because there was a coded lock on the door that you had to punch in a code to get into. And it was right after the service. They were still people there till 4:30 in the afternoon, employee wise. And somebody just walks in, takes a body and leaves with it. It doesn't make sense. So at all. And I don't know, that should be looked into if anybody ever was charged. That just because they weren't charged doesn't mean they didn't do it either. That's the other side of it. Because we all know, like I explained, this body was embalmed, had been deceased for a period of time. So to take it to sell for different things is not going to work, because it's all dead tissue and organs. This is something
you wouldn't be able to sell an embalmed body. Nothing's good anymore.
Well, not for those reasons. Yes, you're right.
Health purposes.
But this sounds like some kind of weird sick ass necrophiliac situation, like I said earlier. To me, I agree with that. Yeah, if you want cheered up, Mom, watch chat. They've all been on some kind of insane roll today. Every one of them is a comedian, so you'll be good.
Perfect.
Anyway, I will move along.
In September of 2015. So that means 3 times he has trespassed at that location. The criminal trespassing charges came after Wilburn repeatedly harassed employees of the funeral home. So what's going on? What's he harassing them about? If you look at the My Death Space thread, my only assumption on it could be that he's trying to maybe find proof that she could possibly still be there, or that someone there did something with her. Other people have theories, does he need some kind of supplies for, keeping up this corpse that he has? I don't think it's anything quite like that, but something is really off with this guy.
Now that's something I never thought of. If, by the way, her ex-boyfriend is very, very, very suspicious in this, Mom, because there's an obscene level of obsession that he had with her. He had to be removed from the viewing of the funeral that day, and has gone back to the funeral home multiple times since she died, and her body's not there. She was stolen from there, and was charged at some point with criminal trespass, trying to look in the windows, driving by the building, stalking the building, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what the hell the guy's doing, but it's obscene, and it's really, really obsessive. He interviewed and then talked to everybody like nothing went down. The dude's like completely, that cable's been snapped for a while. I'll just put it that way. So it's wild. And they went and searched his home with cadaver dogs and property that his family owns and checked into him. I think they did a polygraph or something with him, all sorts of things. And they have no reason to believe he has her body, but I've never seen anybody as obsessed with somebody in my life as this guy. So, well, Mike, think about it for a minute. She was embalmed, okay? Meaning she was preserved to an extent. So if the dude is, if the guy is mentally, like, if he's sick, that's been known to happen, bro. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's disgusting, but it's fact. There are some sick ass people out here that do some really, really, really sick shit. Weekend at burn. Shut up, Molly. Anyway, I mean, guys, what else is there that this blows me away? That's why I brought this today, because I can't understand. How did this happen? I really can't get past how this happened, and what in the hell, and where is she? Especially now, this was in 2015. We're at 2025. It's 10 years. Where is she, and what the hell have they done with her? Whoever has her. She was embalmed, critical. She was embalmed because she had a viewing for the oh my God. I keep forgetting how to say it. The funeral service, I guess, memorial service that you have before your burial, so on and so forth.
He gets so intently focused on something. It seems like he can't let it go. As a matter of fact, we're moving forward to March. Julie Mott's ex-boyfriend ordered to wear GPS after additional trespassing accusation. We're now up to 4 separate instances of him going where he's been asked not to go. Prosecutors said in court that Wilburn was captured February 20th on surveillance video at Mission Park North, despite a criminal trespassing notice against him for the last 18 months. And they're going to put a GPS on him. Quote, as far as the GPS normally.
I don't know, CLK. And I started to think, well, the guy calls himself, the funeral director calls himself Dick Tips. And his first name's not Richard. His middle name is not, I think his middle name is Richard or something like that. It's weird though. There's something about the guy strange to me too. I'll just put it that way. So maybe that's who they should be looking at. Is somebody that works. If they haven't looked at anybody that works there or owns it, maybe they needed to. I don't know. So, yeah, I don't understand what that's all about calling yourself Dick Tips. That's not very professional either. If that's your job, who the hell's going to want to talk to somebody with that name? You know what I'm saying?
Not me.
A good question, CLK. That really is. I I know if I walked in and the guy sticks his hand out and says, "Hi, I'm Dick Tips." What'd you just call me? You know what I mean? No. I would be very uncomfortable with this. Wait, what? They changed Sebastian's last seen date. To what? I didn't see that.
on Nick.
The streets are probably going to be on fire, but people, and I'm not being an asshole to anybody in crap chat, please do not take it this way. This was discussed amongst a small group of advocates that I work with freaking almost 8 months ago, when people cannot wrap their minds. People cannot wrap their minds around the fact of how a missing person's case works. He was last seen by his mother when he went to bed on the 25th.
We talked about that before, right?
When a missing flyer is generally put out, the date that's put on the missing flyer is the date the person is reported missing.
Which is the day after usually, yeah.
The FBI has went back, and on their official flyer, they have now added the 25th. Nick did it first. Now the FBI has done it.
Right. That makes sense.
It's not some big update in his case, which I'm sure you'll start to see clickbait titles for the next fucking 2 months.
Yeah, they're gonna run with it.
But that's not what it is. He was seen by his mother on the 25th, reported missing on the 26th.
Yeah.
That's why when I make my flyers, there's 2 different spots on my flyers. One of them is either last seen or last contact. And then there's a date that says reported missing on there.
Yeah, we talked about that a couple months back because a lot of people were making a big deal about it. And I'm like, nope, that's when he was last seen. This is when they put it out, blah, blah, blah. So it is. Yeah, I understand it. No big deal.
A lot of people don't understand it because if you don't directly work with detectives or investigators or do this or make missing flyers, you start seeing it trending and everybody's covering it and oh my god, it's a huge update and it's this and it's that, and it's actually not. It's,
yeah,
you know,
To me, it just seems common sense, but
it is common sense. And there's a lot of people in other channels that purposely want things to go chaotic because then it gives them something to talk about. So there is that too. If they see something slightly change or something slightly different because there hasn't been anything to talk about in months, they're going to jump all over it and make a big deal about it. That's just how it works. It's sad, but it's true. So, so be it. All right, let's get through this so I can jump to the other one for you guys too, because the other one's pretty interesting too. So does he have any storage units? Does him or any family member have a deep freezer? Does his home or any abandoned homes? I think they looked into all that, Molly. And like I said, they took cadaver dogs across it, through his stuff, his family stuff, unless there's something they don't know about. I imagine they did go through all that because this is the only idiot that has brought attention to himself on purpose. He seems to enjoy the attention he gets. And he plays into it and he kind of smirks through his interviews and he's just an asshole. Hey, Tomboy, good to see you, dear. So yeah, whatever sick scrambled brains he has up there and the scrambled eggs he has up there for brains right now, I'm sure they've looked into all of that with this idiot because I know I'd have been all over him, like, you know, flies on shit when he started doing what he was doing. So I can't imagine they've left any stone unturned with this guy. If they have, I'm very surprised, Molly. But good questions, they really are. Yes, it absolutely, I have to agree with that one too, Tomboy. It's a very expensive thing to buy nowadays, it seems to be. Because not a lot of people are taking it for free, sadly.
Normally, I would oppose it also, but I've talked to my client about it. He actually thinks it's a good idea because it will show these are all lies, Wilburn's attorney David Garcia said. If they have him on footage, I'm not sure how they would.
Are you talking about the ex-boyfriend, Molly? His name, I know you're going to go with it. Bill Wilburn? I think Bill, probably William Wilburn. Or Bill Wilburn, Molly. Wilburn. This is out of Texas again, by the way, in San Antonio, for anybody that didn't know that.
would be lying about that. And the police are obviously collecting the footage. I've seen some notes about that they're requesting all the footage from the home. So Wilburn told a KSAT 12 reporter via telephone last summer that he was no longer a person of interest in the case. SAPD has repeatedly denied that claim. A judge last month signed off on a warrant allowing investigators to collect a DNA sample from Wilburn. One question you might be asking out there is, what about a lie detector test? Has this guy done a lie detector test? Well, whenever it comes to anything with this guy, there's drama. He hasn't done a lie detector. At one point, he said he was going to do it with one of the local television stations. Then he said, oh, I got the station wrong. And, I'm probably not going to do it now. So he has not done a lie detector test, but still, I'm really leaning on that information about the cadaver dog search, unless.
I'm starting to wonder if this guy may have done this just for the attention that he's getting from it. The clout that he seems to be dragging in or trying to from this. It's starting to make me wonder if he could have been involved in doing it just to get the attention, because he seems to be playing off this attention and doing this stupid shit with it, what he's getting out of it. It makes me wonder, I know it sounds ridiculous, but it does make me wonder, did you do this just so that you could become somebody of importance, maybe? To get the news or whatever, you know what I mean? I don't know. That's awesome. Good to hear. Welcome back, buddy. And tell Austin congratulations.
He didn't use that vehicle, and he didn't take her to his home or his grandparents' home at any point. But he would have had to maybe have a plan. There's some question of, did he support her being cremated or not? He knew that was coming up. Could he have had some plan in his head about, well, I'm going to take her somewhere. I'm going to give her the burial that I think she deserves. And to do that, I know that I can't use my car, so I'm going to use someone else's car. I can't take her to a place that I'm known to be at, so I'm going to find some patch of land somewhere where I'm going to keep her and be able to go there and, pay my respects over and over, or something along those lines. I don't know. Another little interesting tidbit, when he was at her funeral, he saw a ring on her finger and he said, oh, it's the ring that I gave her to her mother. And her mother did not correct him, but according to her brother, it was not a ring that he had given her. It was that horse's ring that I told you about earlier in this episode. The ring that he gave her, no one knows where it is, but he seems very insistent that, no, she was wearing my ring. She was wearing my ring, even though the brother's saying, look, my mom just didn't have the heart to tell you it wasn't your ring. I mean, she was at her daughter's funeral. So moving to another article at mysanantonio.com, 2 years after disappearance, new developments emerge in Julie Mott case. And boy, this case could use some more developments. New court documents examined by mysa.com reveal a previously undisclosed relationship between Mission Park and a third-party mortuary service. What the heck could this be about? Mott's body was delivered to Mission Park North at 3401 Cherry Ridge Drive, where her memorial service was held around noon on August 15th, the day she would have turned 26. At roughly 1:30 p.m., everyone left the chapel, with the exception of Bill Wilburn. Another reason why people are suspicious of him is because of this, who was described as Mott's, quote, obsessed ex-boyfriend. At the time of her death, Wilburn and Mott had been separated for 2 years. According to court documents, Wilburn remained in the chapel for an extra 10 to 15 minutes after everyone left, and was then seen out by a Mission Park employee who locked the door behind him.
I'd be curious to see if there was any kind of like stalkerish or obsessive movements from him in that 2 year period of time, from the period of time they broke up till she passed away. If he was being obsessive with her then too. If he was, then, that still tells part of the story, in my opinion, about him. It makes it very hard not to look at him as suspect in this situation. You know what I'm saying? So I would be curious to know if there was any kind of issues between the two of them for that 2 year period of time that they were broke up, just to know. So there we go.
Does that clear him? I mean, we have an employee literally escorting him and then locking him out of the building. Now, why would the employee be locking up the building, according to this story, somewhere around 1:45 or 2 p.m. if this business is still open until 4 that afternoon? I don't know. I don't know why that discrepancy is there. I'm really not sure who to believe on that part. But let's get back to this other company here. The next morning, an employee discovered Mott's casket was empty. One of the hinges on the casket had been damaged, and I think it's beer or bier, maybe, but I think it's bier. That's basically the gurney that they move bodies on which it was resting, was found in an unnatural position by an exit door. At the heart of the new developments is a relationship between Mission Park Funeral Chapel and Cemeteries and a third-party mortuary service company, Bayer and Bytel. So remember that article before where we're looking at 3 different lawsuits going on and we thought 2 of them were related, but 1 of them wasn't? Well, these businesses also do business together. So in some way, all these instances of bodies being misplaced are kind of connected. How strong is that connection? Let's learn. Mott family attorneys say Tips and his wife, Kristen Tips, the president of MPII Inc., the parent company of Mission Park, either didn't know or deliberately sought to conceal the fact that Mission Park subcontracted services from Bayer and Bytel for years. According to court records, Bayer and Bytel employees had unfettered after-hours access, exterior door keys, and alarm codes to Mission Park facilities, including the location on Cherry Ridge Drive from which Mott's body disappeared. So hold on now. There's this whole assumption that she had to have been taken at some point from 1:30 to 4 because that's when the business was open. After that, the alarm would have been on. No one could come in while the alarm was on. Well, we're now learning that, yes, someone absolutely could have come in when the alarm was on. Any current employee of Bayer and Bytel, or possibly a former employee that still remembered the codes, maybe had access to one of the keys, made a copy of a key, something along those lines. All of a sudden, our list of suspects has just exploded in a new direction. After initially denying the use of subcontractors to transport and embalm deceased loved ones, Mission Park now admits that they have used the subcontractor for many years without any supervision to speak of by Mission Park, Mott family attorneys allege. Bexar County property records show that MPII Inc. even serves as Bayer and Bytel's landlord. The company is the listed owner of the building at 211 Brooklyn Avenue, where Bayer and Bytel conducts business. So a lot of connectivity here. This is more than just 2 businesses that are helping each other. One of these businesses owns the land that the other business operates on. Very, very strange. According to court records, Kristen Tips testified on February 28th that there was no possibility that someone other than a Mission Park employee was involved in the services provided to Julie Mott. But her testimony appears to contradict 3 affidavits from former Bayer and Bytel employees who claimed they delivered bodies to Mission Park on a regular basis. They go into detail about one of these employees in particular. I'm not going to go step through step on this, but it's just basically confirming the level of access they had, the fact that no one had to be there for them to go in. They had access throughout the whole building.
Welcome back, boss man. I'm glad to hear everything went well.
Hey, I got good news too. The Amber Alert that we started the show with, she's been found safe. Dipshit's in custody, so.
Good,
Awesome.
good. Glad to hear that one. Glad to hear
Is that the one out of Tennessee, Ardit?
Yes, ma'am. I sent Dago the updated flyer, so.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you, bro. There you go, guys. Right there. Resolved. Maria Linebaugh. In jail. Good stuff. Good stuff. And that right there is why I believe that Amber Alerts are so amazing, because the faster they get out, the faster that police can get on board with it. And we
absolutely. 100%.
Absolute. So wonderful news. Thank you, Arctic, for updating that. All right. On we go.
It's really taken a very interesting turn here. Mission Park has had recent legal trouble as well. Online Bexar County District Court records indicate Mission Park and its parent company, MPII Inc., have been sued for damages or breach of contract at least a dozen times since 2000. Hold on. So we only heard of 2 cases in that previous article.
For those of you that didn't get the other case that they got sued for initially, and I can't even imagine this one, you guys, is that a family brought a loved one in. I think it was their father and or grandfather, and brought clothes in for him to wear at the viewing for the funeral. And they came in for his day, and there was another person in his clothing that shouldn't have been there, laying in the casket. They confused the 2, and I'm like, whoa, like that would have burnt me in half. I'm sorry, to walk up to the casket to pay your respects, and it's not even the person you're there for. It's somebody else altogether. That's insane to me. So you can't make these kinds of mistakes, you guys. You just can't. When you do this type of work, you cannot make those kinds of mistakes. I'm sorry. So that's a definite issue. And not to mention, again, I have issues with this man naming himself what he did and in dealing with the public. Something's not right with him either, in my opinion. I'm sorry. This woman is president of Texas Biomedical Research. Who are we talking about, Tomboy?
I was confused.
Did you put something up above that I missed? I'm looking.
I didn't see anything.
I don't either. Did I miss something back here?
Congrats, Austin.
No. Thank you, Brutally. I got your Discord too. I don't. Kristen Tips. Oh, okay. Oh, is she related? Is she married to him? Or related to him? That's interesting. Whoa, okay. Interesting.
Yes.
And she works and is the president of Texas Biomedical Research. Imagine that. Makes you wonder. That's something to think about.
That's definitely interesting.
Yep. And then that makes you wonder if others had happened and they just don't know about it at that point. You know what I'm saying? That's a boom right there. That's a bomb, Tomboy. Thank you. To look into that a little deeper. Very interesting. Kristen Tips. Thank you, Tomboy. I had no idea. I've never heard of that.
Tomboy said check Discord. Right, SRP? That's a bit of a game changer.
President, Mission Park Funeral Chapels, Cemeteries, and Ceremonies, Crematories, sorry. Texas Biomedical Research Institute. Health starts with science. I'll be damned. Kristen Tips is the president of Mission Park Funeral Chapels and president-elect of the Texas Biomedical Forum. Kristen graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Management from the University of the Incarnate Word. She also attended real estate school during her summer break and earned her real estate broker's license. Went on to complete the mortuary science program at San Antonio College, becoming a licensed funeral director. So she herself is a funeral director as well. In addition to funeral operations, Tips is also responsible for the Fairmont Hotel, which plays an important role for Mission Park, providing comforting lodging for out-of-town friends and family attending a service. San Antonio native Tips was appointed by Governor Greg Abbott and confirmed by the Texas State Senate as commissioner of the Texas Funeral Service Commission to oversee statewide activities. Tips also serves as president-elect for the Texas Biomedical Forum, a nonprofit that for over 50 years has been focused on supporting Texas Biomedical Research Institute through community relations, volunteer services, and fundraising. That's a definite game changer in my opinion, but
Tomboy said that yes, that is his wife.
Wow.
She was embalmed, I said, Critical. She was embalmed.
Yeah, she was embalmed.
Okay, I see what Critical's saying. Do you still think she was embalmed?
Now that's a good question too.
I see what you're saying now.
There have been times that these families pay for services, but they can say that the body was embalmed, whether it was or wasn't. So
I didn't catch the level you were on before, Critical. I get what you're saying now. I see it. So they can tell you anything you want to know. You're not going to know that unless you know that. You know what I mean?
Did they actually have the viewing and everything, though? Because the family would have been able to tell if she was embalmed or not. You can definitely tell by touch if a body's been embalmed or not.
Well, if they touched her, yeah. They may have had one of those type, don't touch her, don't do this, don't do that. I don't know. But yeah, that's a good point, Critical. I get your level now. I wasn't there at first, so Tandy's family owns a funeral home, and her cousin and uncle are both funeral directors. Tandy's brother and brother-in-law used to work at the crematory. Gotcha. Yeah, we can't 100% say. That's a very good point. It says funeral, not viewing. But I think that the whole point was so that people could see her. Then again, this could be all different, guys. We don't know for a fact. So
hold on. She was going to be cremated.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. And they had her embalmed. And
They said that.
I believe it is because they wanted to have the viewing, like Jago said. SRB says they had to escort this douchebag out after the viewing. So yeah, apparently they had a viewing.
Yeah, he wouldn't leave
if they're going to be cremated.
It was
right?
supposed to be open, Josie. That was the whole point as to why they had her embalmed, they stated. But they can tell us anything. I don't know. This gets a little deeper as we go on, I guess. So for bloating and to try to make her look the way she should have looked, why they do that. But yeah, that's
But
interesting.
I think they did when they cremated him.
They generally don't, but if there's going to be a viewing, then they will do that, just so that the body doesn't decompose or anything.
Right.
Little more natural.
Critical's right. It does say funeral, not viewing. But from my understanding, when I read the article,
Thank you, Tomboy.
it was for a viewing because of that right there. Who knows though? Crooked people are crooked people. You just don't know. You know what I mean? I still don't trust anybody that calls themselves Dick Tips. My apologies. I can't get past that. So there is that. And I can't go past the fact that the only way to get into this place is with a coded entry. Okay. That unless you're part of this building, this facility, this family of people that works here, how would you know it? It's not something you can guess at.
No. So someone either had an insider helping them out, or it was, especially with Miss Chrissy being involved in what she's involved in.
Yeah.
Again, like we said at the beginning, organ harvesting.
Something's not right with it, though. I agree with that one. Embalming extends the body for at least 7 to 10 days. Right. Thank you, Tomboy.
Yeah, Tomboy said embalming is required for all viewings, at least in Texas.
Doodle said you don't have to get embalmed in Missouri, but I'm not either. I'm not surprised either, Doodle.
Well, you're technically not required by law to be embalmed in any state unless there's a viewing. But I question that too, because there's a lady that comes on TV and talks about, she's a funeral director. She was a funeral director for years, and she talks about what is required, what isn't required, so that families don't get scammed when they go to bury their loved ones.
Right.
And she has said before that it's not required by law for anyone to be embalmed.
Yeah, because you have different religions and stuff that don't.
Yeah, I know that there's certain religions where they don't want to put chemicals in the body. Everything needs to stay natural. So yeah. Interesting. This is interesting. I'm glad you brought that to my mind, Critical, because I wasn't on that thinking where you were thinking at that point, but interesting as hell. Very interesting. Huh. Wow. And then seeing that she's part of that really changed my mind around there about the crazy
article. They have been sued practically almost once a year since 2000. What is going on in this operation? Something seems to be very, very wrong with this business and how it's operating. Meanwhile, Wilburn, Mott's ex-boyfriend, who did not respond to multiple requests for comment, which really surprises me because I'm telling you, if his the attention that he gathered and exploited over and over at My Death Space is any indicator, this guy loves attention, but maybe he's finally got a decent lawyer telling him to shut up. He allegedly began harassing everyone connected to Mott's case to get information on her body's whereabouts after the disappearance.
So even though the dude seemed obsessed with her, I gotta wonder now all the times that he was taken, I think he was arrested or charged or whatever a couple other times for going back to the funeral home. Did he know something maybe that was going on within the funeral home possibly? And that's why he kept going back there and harassing them. Not saying that his obsession was healthy with her, but that the obsession of his could be what got him to understand or to know something within the funeral home that has made him harass them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's kind of what COK said earlier. Let me find it.
That would make some sense. If this guy has been obsessed like he has, he was looking into things possibly. He seems
Right.
smart.
He was like investigating
Yeah.
to see if he could find, I can't find her comment now, but
I know what you're saying. And that could have been what has had him going back years afterwards and harassing them because he knows something and nobody's listening to him because he's crazy per se. And he had to be removed and stuff.
right.
So I looked into that critical and it doesn't say anything about him working there previously. So I don't know. I don't know, but that's a good thought process too. I never thought of that. Maybe he actually knew something and nobody's listening to him because he's portrayed as this crazy psycho. You know what I mean?
I think that's a very good possibility.
It is very interesting too. That would make you think. So, you know, maybe they've been looking the wrong direction the whole time, and that's what the people that own this place want you to do.
Right.
According to one police report, Wilburn called Mission Park staff over 200 times in one day, and police issued him a criminal trespass notice on September 2nd, 2015.
See that right there. What are you getting out of this by calling them? She's gone. That to me sounds like he's trying to either talk to somebody for whatever reason and say, hey, I know what you did, or you're going to tell me this, or that, and they won't talk to him now.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Thank you so much, Miss Jana. Says just happy to be here today while working on homework. Justice for Crystal, justice for all. Amen. And thank you so much for that. We appreciate and love you so much, Miss Jana.
And I
Thank
will
you.
say, like, so I do a lot of
all right, onward.
Forbidding his entrance to Mission Park property. The Mott family reported Wilburn to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office on February 8th, 2016, after he called them more than a dozen times between midnight and 4 a.m. over a 2-week period to ask for information on the investigation. You could look at this two ways. You could look at this as, yes, this is an obsessed ex-boyfriend and he's still obsessed and he won't let it go. And he could legitimately be investigating what happened to Julie's body. I have to tell you, after reading through his comments, I don't think I saw any comment in particular about how upset he was that someone took her body, which is a little strange to me. Or you could flip it the other way and say, well, he's definitely involved and he's inserting himself into the investigation, trying to push focus in a different direction, maybe trying to keep his ear to the ground to learn if they're on to him or not, especially if he's calling the family, asking them for information on the investigation. But I really don't know which way to go with that. If there is conclusive proof that anyone has deliberately withheld information regarding Mott's whereabouts or purposefully deceived investigators on the case, they could face criminal charges. I hope they would charge the heck out of these people. If it's the business, if it's him, if it's someone else, they really need to be held responsible for this. This is just a terrible, terrible story. Both the civil and criminal cases are pending, and Salome said police are far from considering the investigation into Mott's disappearance cold. A case isn't cold until you've exhausted every possible lead and explored every possibility, and I don't know that we're there yet. I'm really happy to hear that because the way I'm looking at it, there's a lot of possibilities going on here. Sure, you've got Bill, the ex-boyfriend. I think there's enough information out there where he's still a person of interest for me, but I don't know that he's the main suspect. You've got the business here. Robert Tipps, is he involved in this cover-up in some way? Is that why he has been the one to offer a reward and to say that the penalty should be stiffer for this type of crime? Is he kind of inserting himself into the investigation in that manner, trying to protect himself a little bit? And does he know what happened to her body or not? Is he doing that just to try to protect his business? I mean, there's a lot of different angles to look at there. You now have this other company, which supposedly would be a company to come and pick her up for her being cremated. Is there an employee at that company that has something to do with this? Bill mentioned he thought that one of the employees at Mission Park that was an usher there seemed like he was really upset. Although I think ushers are typically family members. I think it could go either way. But Bill throws some suspicion in that guy's direction. Is there someone else? I think Bill even alludes to the fact that Julie's brother might have been the one to do it at some point. Once again, this is Bill just throwing all this information all over the place. I don't know how much.
She passed away from complications to cystic fibrosis, Tomboy. Is a respiratory disease.
We can really put into that. But the way I'm looking at this point, I don't even know how many employees there are at that company that works with the mortuary here. So there could be a lot of persons of interest in this case, but you still have Bill not taking his lie detector. According to Julie's brother, all the employees at the mortuary have taken a lie detector and passed. Bill refutes that. He says, no, all the employees haven't taken that. I've heard that from investigators. I don't know which side to believe there either. But in the end, what you have here is a family that has been stopped in the middle of its mourning process, that can't give the final wishes of Julie to her to make sure that she is properly cremated, and then to give them a place where they can go and honor her memory in some way. All of that has been halted and stopped. And you have this horrible, horrible thought going on about who took her, why did they take her, what are they doing with her? It's really, really terrible. I feel so bad for this family. I'm glad that they're doing this lawsuit in the way that they're doing it. I think it makes a lot of sense to just go with this kind of negligent business aspect and to try to sue from that direction, see what information they might be able to get out of that. Because essentially at that point, if the business is really not involved, they're also going to become an investigator on this case and want to find out who really did it so they can get out of this $1 million lawsuit. I know it's tough in a case like that, but sometimes you have to put these little pressures on so everyone gets their head going in the right direction. And outside of that, it seems like police are doing everything they can to investigate this case. It is a terrible, terrible story. One more thing before I let you guys go.
That's a huge point, Critical. Think about that, guys. Cystic fibrosis is an ongoing disease that they're looking for, like cancer and emphysema, COPD, answers to the cures and things like that. That's a good point, Critical. You know, if you don't have a lot of cadavers that are donated to science that have cystic fibrosis, and you have that type of research going on, absolutely a good point. 100%. So good. I like the way you look at these things, Critical. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Go in honor of Julie, in honor of what her family is also now facing. But more important than that, what they faced throughout her life. I am going to head over to the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation and make a donation on behalf of myself and my amazing Patreon supporters. Thank you guys so much for helping me do things like this. This is
all right, and that's going to do it for that. And I want to thank Lord Arts for providing footage for this today for that. Guys, I put his link in chat here earlier. Check it out if you will. Taylor says there was another plane crash in Canada. What in the hell? I'm sure Molly already sent it to me. Hold on. 5 things to know about NBC News investigation into unclaimed bodies. North Texas Health Science Center announced it was suspending its body donation program and firing the officials who led it. Okay, thank you, Molly. Delta plane crash at Toronto Pearson Airport. I'll be damned. Good God. Oh my God. Hold on. Before we move into the next case. So let's see here. A Delta plane crash landed at Toronto's Pearson International Airport Monday. At least 8 people were injured on the landing, according to CTV News. The extent of injuries remains unclear. It was a CR900 was reported flying from Minneapolis to Toronto and operated by a regional airline, Endeavour Air. Toronto Pearson is aware of an incident upon landing involving Delta Airlines plane arriving from Minneapolis. Emergency teams were responding. The airport said in a statement on X. Officials have not said whether there are any casualties. Shocking images from the scene show the plane upside down on the airport runway. Good Lord. Passengers were seen exiting the aircraft and stepping onto icy runway. Emergency crews surrounding the plane after the crash, landing and sprayed it to prevent a fire. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is definitely upside down. How the hell did they even do that? How do you do that when you're landing? How do you, if you're on the ground, how the hell do you roll it over? That's crazy.
Good little plane. You want treat, roll over.
I mean, Jesus. This is getting a little about a hand, you guys. I mean, come on. Anyway, it is true. There was another. This is a big plane, too, to be flipped upside down like that. That's crazy to me. I mean, it looks like the runway is covered with ice, which it shouldn't be. They should keep that handled, but okay, but that still doesn't make sense as to how the plane would flip upside down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a little wild. I don't know. Whatever. So yes, there's another one, folks. I hope everybody's okay. Absolutely hope everything's okay. All right. Well, there goes. That's pretty much all I have about Julie Mott's, guys. And there still is no answers 10 years later. They do not know where this body is or was. Mom said one crashed on Friday or Friday/Saturday in Volusia County. I put it on Discord today. Jesus. There's been a lot of them. We pulled up. Molly gave us that chart, and it showed how many there have been. You know, just in 2025 was over 31 or something like that. 32, 33 now we have. So that's a lot of plane crashes, guys. It's pretty crazy. Thank you, Mom. Yeah, I'm
no
not.
peanuts in the world good enough for me to get on a plane ever
You ain't
again.
kidding me. Like I said, you can give me free trips and I'm not going. I'm sorry. I just won't. So no. Sorry. Thank you, Miss Sherry. I see it. Absolutely.
Oh, that's interesting, Tomboy.
My mom had a double mastectomy, and they were the insets for her special bra. I was willed all of that. You were willed
her boobs.
The boobs? Oh my God, Tomboy, that's insane. I'm sorry. Wild. Hold on. I think I saw it, Molly. I did. Thank you. I'll look at it here. Well, wait. Let
Thank
me
you,
check.
Josie.
Yeah, I got it, Molly. Thank you.
She said boobies in a box. Yep.
You guys are nuts. Anyway, on we go. Looks like JLR made it there for the plane crash. Never fails. Now, give me a second.
Do what, Taylor? How many other mama bears are there? Well, there's probably lots of other mama bears, but there's only one crime time with mama bear.
It didn't open, Molly.
Yeah, mine will be crime time with mama bear.
All right, guys, onward to Martha Leanne Green, the other case we were looking at today. Sorry, the other one took a bit, but I had a lot of stuff I wanted to run on that. This one isn't that long at all. I think there's a history that you can look at in the Google background, Mom. I think. Don't quote me because I may not be 100% right, but I thought that's what I was told. I've never done it, but I know I like that car too, Josie. I don't know, Mom. You might be able, I would type it into either Google or
Let me see if I
YouTube.
can research it and find
I've
out.
never had to use it, but I've heard somebody talk about it before. I'll have to look into it. Oh, I have this in the back chat. Sorry. I thought that was reading that out the main. Sorry, guys. I'm all discombobbled here. Anyway. Hold on a minute. One moment. I hate when I do that if I have my things flipped around. All right. Like I said, this young lady's name was Martha Leanne Green. Let's see what we got here. Let me know if the audio is working okay.
On a cold and rainy night in April of 1987, 17-year-old Leanne Green was driving home with her brother, Lawson, when their car ran out of gas. The vehicle rolled to a stop along the shoulder of Tennessee's Highway 46 in the Pomona community of Dickson County. Approximately a mile from the nearest gas station, Leanne chose to stay behind with the car while her brother caught a ride with a family who had stopped to assist them. Lawson promised that he would return quickly, and less than 10 minutes later, he was back with a gas can in hand. Leanne, however, was gone. There was no sign or indication of where she might have gone or what could have happened, but as the investigation kicked off, it became apparent that the 17-year-old had likely been abducted by someone who had found her alone with a disabled vehicle along a dark and rural roadway. It was a nightmare come to life for the Green family, and nearly 4 decades later, the case remains open and Leanne has never been found. Over the years, there have been many different theories and several potential suspects named and investigated, but a severe lack of evidence has hindered any charges from being filed. Though police believe they know the monster who was responsible for the young woman's disappearance, they have never found her body. Was Leanne the victim of a random encounter with a killer? Could she have been picked up by someone she knew and perhaps trusted? Or was she manipulated into leaving the safety of the car by a cunning killer in a deceptive disguise? This is Trace Evidence, episode 245, The Disappearance of Martha Leanne Green. Welcome to Trace Evidence. I'm your host, Stephen Pacheco. In today's episode, we examine the disturbing and mysterious disappearance of 17-year-old Martha Leanne Green. It's a heartbreaking story, and one which has left her family and investigators desperate for a break for nearly 4 decades. This is episode 245, The Disappearance of Martha Leanne Green. State Route 46 is a north-south highway connecting busy city centers with more rural towns throughout much of Middle Tennessee. Used mostly as a secondary route, the road maintains a steady flow of traffic as it travels east through Dickson County, where today, the road has been widened out into a 4-lane highway servicing countless businesses and residential areas. It is an unassuming stretch of road that harbors a dark and haunting secret, one which has remained constant in the minds of those who remember the nightmarish circumstances that left a family devastated the night a young woman seemingly vanished from the face of the earth. It was the spring of 1987, though judging from the weather, one would hardly have known. A cold front moving up from the southwest brought heavy winds and storm clouds had been gathering all day. By early evening, the dark skies had opened up, and nearly a full inch of rain would drop in a span of just a couple of hours. It was an ugly night, the kind where people rush home from their jobs and evening errands to warm themselves within the comfort and light of their own homes, safe from a storm which felt more like a remnant of a bitter and chilled winter. 17-year-old Leanne Green was amongst those caught out in the weather and eager to make it back to the family home where she lived with her parents and siblings. Lawson, Leanne's twin brother, borrowed a car from their cousin and made the short trip out to the hotel where Leanne was then employed. Having finished her shift, she rushed out through sheets of rain and climbed into the vehicle, excited to be heading home. While escaping the storm had been a nice change of pace, it was not the sole reason for the teen's excitement. She had gotten caught up in the furor which had been sweeping through her school all week and would culminate the following night when the junior prom was set to take place. Having already selected her dress and been asked to the big event by the boy whose photo stared out from a heart-shaped frame on her dresser, there was no bigger or more exciting night on the horizon. The dress she'd saved to purchase was laid out on her bed. She'd worn it only once, when she tried it on the night she brought it home. She couldn't wait to match it up with her new pink shoes and several pink accessories. It was supposed to be the most fun night of her life to that point, or at least she imagined so. In a bitter twist of fate, though, the 17-year-old would never make it home, and the dress she'd loved so much would linger like a heartbreaking specter of what could have been, the ghost of a life stolen away before she'd truly had a chance to live it. Not long into the drive, the borrowed vehicle began to sputter and shake. Lawson, sitting at the wheel, steered the car off the shoulder as the engine slowly clunked and then died. They had run out of fuel, and so they sat on the side of SR 46 for several minutes contemplating their next option. Moments later, a family passing by stopped and inquired as to whether or not they might be able to lend a hand. Lawson, eager to get going, requested a ride to a nearby filling station and a ride back so he could put gas in the car, and the family agreed to help him. Leanne, perhaps due to the cold of the rain or for reasons never known, told her brother that she would wait there for him. The nearest gas station was only a mile or two away, and Lawson assured her he'd return as quickly as possible. Her brother kept his word, returning to that broken-down car in less than 15 minutes, but Leanne was nowhere to be found. All that remained behind were the teen's purse and car keys, found sitting on the passenger seat. It was like something out of a bad horror movie. How could she have disappeared in so short a span of time, leaving behind no clues or indications of what might have happened? Nearly 4 decades later, and the true horror of that night continues to resound as the mystery of Leanne's fate tragically endures. Martha Leanne Green was
Mama Bear, Arctic, or either one of you, I forgot to ask, I'm sorry, familiar with this case at all before we got any further into it?
No.
Not at all. This is a new one for me.
Right. I think it was newer for me too. It was kind of interesting too, so that's why I jumped on it. Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Was born on Tuesday, February 24th, 1970, to parents George and Marjorie in Dickson County, Tennessee, alongside her twin brother Lawson. The two newborns would be brought back to the Green family home, then located along Jordan Street in the small town of White Bluff, located in the east central part of Dickson County. According to friends and family, the Greens were a tight, loving, and religious family who loved their children deeply and did all they could to raise them in the warmest and most considerate of environments. Leanne and Lawson had 2 other siblings, both sisters, and together they grew up in the Jordan Street home. Both George and Marjorie worked for the local government, with George being a postal delivery worker while Marjorie was an accounting clerk. Though her birth name is noted as being Martha, the youngest would go predominantly by her middle name Leanne, with even school and public records cutting the first name out of the equation. According to friends and family, Leanne was extremely intelligent, considerate, and fun-loving. She enjoyed attending school, learning, and being around her friends. She was also very involved with the local church, the White Bluff Church of Christ, located just a short walk down the street from the family home. Asked about Leanne, Gilbert Taylor, a family friend, would simply state, quote, "If I had to tell you in a few words about Leanne, she was a beautiful, young, outstanding lady. The last time I saw her in church, she was holding the children." End quote. One of the most common terms which comes up in descriptions of Leanne is nice. Everyone says she was one of the nicest people you could ever meet, warm and welcoming, though she also had a tendency towards being shy and quiet. She's described as being the type who, while it might take a little time to get her to open up, once she did, you'd be friends for life. In her teens, Leanne developed into a trustworthy and highly reliable person, with her parents noting that she never got into trouble, never lied to them, and was extremely communicative about her life, her plans, and her comings and goings. She never went out without her parents knowing the destination, and if she were going to be late, she always called. She was, by all accounts, the kind of teenager and daughter that you didn't really need to worry about. She had a good head on her shoulders, and she knew how to use it. By the beginning of 1987, everything was moving along well for the teenager. She was a junior, attending Dickson County High School, and in February, she would celebrate her 17th birthday. She picked up a part-time job, working as a hostess in the restaurant of a local Holiday Inn, then located along Highway 46. And while not the greatest job, she was happy to earn some pocket money. Perhaps her biggest coup involved the boy she'd found herself crushing on, hard, Blaine Snyder. As winter transitioned to spring, the junior prom loomed on the horizon, and Blaine was the only guy Leanne had any interest in going with. She was thrilled when the two got together, and when Blaine asked her to attend the prom as his date, she was overjoyed. Leanne did have to make plans, however, as she wanted the prom to live up to all of the fantasies she'd been having about it throughout the year. She fell in love with a beautiful pink formal prom dress and started saving up every dollar she earned to be able to buy it. Dedicated and driven, she squirreled away every penny she could until she had enough gathered together not just for the dress, but for a pair of matching pink shoes and several pink accessories. The day she purchased the dress was one of the happiest of her life, and when she arrived home, she tried it on, showing it off to Blaine's photograph, which sat in a red heart-shaped frame on her dresser. According to friends and family, she eagerly anticipated the prom, and as the date approached, her excitement continued to grow. She couldn't wait to walk in arm in arm with Blaine, decked out in all pink with her hair done and her makeup on point. Sadly, this would be the only time she would ever have a chance to wear that dress, and her dreams of prom and a life and everything beyond would dissipate like early morning fog. Her dress would linger on her bed for years like a specter of what could have been. The morning of Wednesday, April 15th was completely normal and without incident by all accounts. Leanne began the day with a great deal of positive energy as the event of the season, the junior prom, was set to occur the following night on Thursday the 16th. According to all information which has been provided, Leanne attended school that day, and there doesn't appear to have been anything out of the ordinary. She had a shift scheduled at the hotel restaurant that night, and upon returning home from school, she changed out of her school clothes and into those she would wear to work. Along the way, beaming with anticipation, she took out her beautiful pink prom dress and gently laid it out on her bed. She planned to put the whole outfit together later that evening after work to take a look at it and to ensure it was exactly as she wanted it to be, as it had looked in her dreams. Leanne arrived at work and performed her hostess duties, as always, a dedicated and diligent employee. At the time, it was a Holiday Inn, but over the years, the business would change hands several times. Today, it's an empty hotel complex last operated as the Mega Inn and Suites, located along the west side of the highway at 2420 SR 46 in Dickson, less than 15 miles southwest from the family's home. Little has ever been reported about her shift that night, with coworkers later noting only that Leanne was her usual bubbly self and that she was very much looking forward to the next evening's festivities. While it had been a cool afternoon, The night brought with it much colder winds and a deluge of rain that made everything feel even colder as temperatures dipped into the low 50s. It hadn't been a very busy night, and the hours had seemed to drag on, but finally, when 9 p.m. arrived, Leanne clocked out. Walking out into the parking lot, she was picked up by her brother Lawson. Being twins, they attended the same school and were in the same grade. And while Lawson may not have been as excited, he too was looking forward to the prom. Not wanting to waste the money on getting a limo, Lawson had instead borrowed a car from their cousin, a silver 1979 Monte Carlo with tinted windows. It looked good, and more importantly, it would provide them with a stylish way to arrive at the prom. Climbing into the car, Leanne set her purse down on the seat beside her, and the two headed off on what should have been a simple 20-minute drive home. Instead, for Leanne and her family, that night has stretched out for nearly 4 decades with seemingly no end or light in sight. The short drive would be interrupted rather quickly that night. The Monte Carlo pulled a left turn onto SR 46, proceeding to the northwest over the busy junction of I-40. Less than a mile away from the hotel, the car began making noises and giving Lawson trouble. Unsure of what the issue was, he felt the car dragging, and the engine couldn't seem to gather any more power. Pressing the gas pedal down did nothing, and so the 17-year-old steered the car to the shoulder, where it finally came to a dead stop just shy of the railroad tracks at Fabric Road in the neighborhood of Pomona, near a location formerly known as the Barn. While much busier and built up today, at the time, SR 46 was a poorly lit 2-lane road, which, while busy during the day, didn't see a great deal of traffic at night. The two siblings quickly determined that the vehicle had run out of gas as the result of a broken fuel gauge. Frustrated, they discussed their options, and really, there were only a handful. There was a gas station and a general store in the area in opposite directions, but they would have to walk in the rain to get to either one of them. Lawson clicked on the vehicle's hazard lights and went around to the back, popping the trunk and retrieving a gas can. It has never been revealed what exactly the conversation was between Lawson and Leanne at the time, but neither had any reason to feel genuine concern. Just then, a set of headlights appeared on the highway and a car came to a stop next to the disabled Monte Carlo. A family, making their way home from church, had spotted the flashing hazard lights and called out to Lawson and Leanne, asking if they could be of any assistance. Lawson explained the situation, and the family offered to give him a ride further west, up the road to where there was a general store from which he could get some gas and call his parents. Lawson jumped at the opportunity, but for reasons which have never been explained, if in fact they are known, Leanne decided that she would stay behind in the car. It shouldn't have been a long wait anyway, the siblings thought, as the store was a 5-minute drive away. Just after 9 p.m., Lawson got into the Good Samaritan's car, telling Leanne he would be back within 10 minutes. Neither of them could have ever imagined this would be the last time they would ever see one another. Driving away from the scene, Lawson and the family arrived at the country store only to discover that it had already closed for the night. Unsure of what else to do, the family offered to drive the 17-year-old back to the I-40 junction, near to the hotel, where there were several gas stations just off the busy interstate. Turning around, they proceeded east along SR 46, once again passing the broken-down Monte Carlo. Though Lawson looked at the vehicle as they passed by, he couldn't really see anything between the darkness of the night, the rain, and the tinted windows. He was delivered to a Shell gas station located approximately 3/4 of a mile from the broken-down vehicle, where he was finally able to fill the gas can. The family then drove him back to the car and wished him the best as they prepared to continue on their way. Lawson walked over to the car, popped the gas tank, and began pouring in the few gallons he'd purchased. Finishing up, he placed the can back in the trunk and slammed it shut. Walking around to the driver's door, he pulled on the handle and found it locked. Having left the keys behind with Leanne, he knocked on the window several times but got no answer. Moving around to the front of the car, he peered in through the windshield, at which time he discovered that his sister was no longer in the car and he had no idea where she could have been. In her place, he could only see her purse and the car keys laying on the passenger seat. A lump of panic began forming in his throat, and his mouth grew dry as he wondered what he should do. As quickly as he could, he made his way to the nearest payphone and called his parents to notify them of what was going on. Immediately worried, their father, George, got the exact location from his son and then dialed 911 to report his daughter missing. He would be frustrated to discover that law enforcement did not readily share his urgency. After giving directions to the dispatcher, George left the home and proceeded down to the location where the car was. While he made his way across town, Marjorie was calling everyone she could think of, wondering if anyone could have heard from Leanne, and if not, perhaps if they'd be willing to come out and help search for her. At the time, no one knew what had happened, and it was presumed that Leanne might have gone to seek out a bathroom or perhaps had been picked up by someone she knew. None of that made much sense to the family, who didn't believe she would have gone anywhere without first waiting for her brother's return. Time was of the essence, and they wanted to move quickly, but they would find themselves frustrated by the seemingly slow-motion response of local police. From the get-go, there were two law enforcement departments involved in the case, those being the Dickson City Police and the Dickson County Sheriff's Department. According to George, when he arrived at the scene, he was joined first by a Dickson City police officer and then one deputy from the Sheriff's Department. It would be later reported that only 2 deputies were on duty in the whole county that night. George discussed the situation with the officers and, according to him, he found them to be somewhat dismissive of his concerns. They apparently told him that Leanne was 17 years old and probably ran into a friend or someone she knew and had gotten a ride with them. They told the frightened father that his daughter would probably be home soon, but George knew Leanne, and she wouldn't just go off without anyone knowing, especially considering she had left her purse and her brother behind. The Dickson officer looked over the vehicle and quickly assessed that he didn't see any indications of a struggle nor of anything to indicate foul play. Jeff Bledsoe was new to the sheriff's department and would be the first deputy on scene. Asked his recollection years later, he replied, quote, "I was 19 and in my first year serving as a deputy with Dickson County when I received the radio call and responded. I could see no obvious signs of a struggle, and her belongings left in the car had me thinking she was expecting to return back to that car." End quote. By 11:15 p.m., approximately 2 hours since Leanne had last been seen, a large group of people were gathering along the roadside. Many of them were friends and neighbors who would come out to assist in what was presumed to be a search for the missing 17-year-old. However, while many of them had hoped to help out, they may have also added to the confusion. George noted that several people had looked inside and touched the Monte Carlo. Concerned about potential evidence, he implored law enforcement to block the vehicle off, but no such action was taken. Years later, George would explain, telling reporters from the Tennessean, quote, "I guess maybe 150 people had congregated around the car by then to help us look for her. They were milling around, leaning on the car."
Actually, I thought that was a Cutlass Supreme, or yeah, that's what I thought it was. I couldn't really tell, but I was wrong. Either way, I need new glasses, guys.
Car and rummaging through it, trying to help. Finally, I asked the officers, "Aren't you going to rope off this area and impound the car so you can check it out?" The Dickson City police officer said, "No, I'm not going to impound it. I've done checked the car and there ain't nothing in there. Just take it on home. That's what we did because we didn't know any better." End quote. According to the family, when they asked that an official search be organized, they were instead advised to call all of their friends and family in the area in order to confirm that Leanne was not with one of them. Marjorie and George were extremely frustrated by this, as they explained that had Leanne gone somewhere, she would have contacted them by now. Still, law enforcement wouldn't organize a search until all of those calls had been made. Marjorie later stated, quote, "I told them if Leanne had known she was going anywhere, she would have told me, but that wasn't good enough. And then there was something about having to wait so many hours after a person is missing before you can really do much. I remember sitting there on the couch the next morning and thinking, yeah, in these hours that are going by, I'm losing my daughter. I'll never see her again." End quote. Not much of a search was conducted that night, though police did finally take an official report, and the Greens did bring the Monte Carlo home, despite George's request for it to be properly searched. Back at the family home, Marjorie sat by the phone waiting for any potential updates and was ultimately contacted by Tom Wall, then the chief deputy of the sheriff's department. Wall would tell Marjorie that, given the lack of evidence, their department's limited resources, and the nature of the disappearance, he had reached out to the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, for additional assistance. However, he was informed that the TBI agent assigned to that area wouldn't be able to get involved in the case for at least 5 days because he had already worked his maximum caseload for that particular week. Sadly, much of whatever evidence might have existed at the scene was destroyed or compromised by a combination of failing to impound the vehicle and a lack of crowd control around the side of the road where the car had run out of gas. The next day, Thursday, April 16th, Lawson was driving the Monte Carlo as he conducted searches for his sister, and it was sometime that afternoon that law enforcement finally requested to access the car so they could sweep it for evidence. It was a little late, as George noted, saying, quote, "To me, that was like closing the barn door after the mule's already gotten out," end quote. The vehicle was officially impounded, but no solid evidence could be acquired. Back at the scene, dozens of footsteps from friends, family, and those volunteering to search had smeared the muddy soil beside the passenger door. And if there had been any indication of someone being there and abducting Leanne, it was now lost for good. With little else they could think to do, law enforcement began organizing searches in the area in hopes of finding any signs of Leanne. In addition to this, they set up checkpoints along SR 46 and requested calls from anyone who had driven through that area the night Leanne vanished. They hoped that someone might have seen something, even if they didn't know they had. A car or truck in the area, an unidentified person near the Monte Carlo. Anything might help.
Yeah, I agree, Art. It is very, very infuriating and highly, highly ignorant, in my opinion. Another reason why I picked this one again, because it's just insane. It's these cases.
I mean, it's nice to see that not much has changed in all these years in the state of Tennessee. This little girl, they wouldn't even take a report for her. Told them they had to wait so many hours to file a report. So no Amber Alert was ever put out for her.
No,
Then
of course
they didn't even
not.
process the car. So the car gets contaminated in the process of taking it back to the family. God knows how contaminated it got before they ever decide to process the car all this time later.
Yep.
It's absolutely freaking ridiculous. The shit that...
Same old shit. Same old shit. Just different years. Right. I agree with you, dude. 100%. CLK says, I feel she knew them, though. Very possible. Very possible. And Tomboy says, Arctic, it gets worse, which it does. It absolutely does.
Police were quick to note that they had very little solid evidence to work with, and they had almost nothing to indicate what might have happened. Given the lack of contact and the mysterious manner in which Leanne had vanished, investigators acknowledged there was a high probability that foul play was involved. Jerry Hayes, an investigator with the sheriff's department, took it a step further, saying, quote, "We feel she's been abducted. She's not the type of girl who would run off," end quote. 5 days into the investigation, the TBI finally joined in, but their angle on the case only added to the frustration felt by the Green family. According to them, the TBI was hyper-focused on Lawson and believed that he had played some role in his sister's disappearance. The 17-year-old, who was already blaming himself for leaving his sister behind, now had law enforcement looking at him sideways. He agreed to take a polygraph, which he easily passed, but this did little to shore up relations between the family and investigators. Marjorie, grief-stricken and angry about the approach of the TBI, would later state, quote, "It never made a..."
By the way, guys, this happened in April of 1987. For those of you that didn't get to hear that, I'm sorry if I didn't clarify it.
Bit of sense to me. I mean, the couple who picked him up to get gas saw Leanne in the car when they left, and he was with them the whole time until they got back and Leanne was gone. End quote. Law enforcement noted that, based on a lack of physical evidence or signs of a struggle, they believed Leanne had exited the vehicle of her own accord. Whether or not that had been at the insistence of another party could not be known at the time. Given what they did know, the Green family had 3 possibilities they considered most likely. That someone brandishing a weapon had forced her from the car, that she had gotten out because she believed her brother had returned, or she encountered someone she knew and thought she could trust. They were all possible, and yet police could not say with any certainty what had actually happened. They continued searches throughout the week, but the combination of a lack of leads and a failure to locate any evidence or traces of Leanne began to wear on them. By Saturday, April 18th, investigators were losing hope as they wrapped up another search consisting of 60 people with nothing to show for it. Fritz Sanders, chief of the Dickson County Rescue Squad, would tell reporters that they had searched all around the area and, at least in his opinion, there was nothing to suggest the 17-year-old was still around there. They had combed a 20-mile stretch of SR 46 with the location of the car at its heart, and they hadn't found anything. While search efforts were proving fruitless, law enforcement did receive several calls from people who had been in the area that night. While a lot of information was delivered, none of it led to any solid investigative avenues. The search soon grew to encompass sections of neighboring Hickman County, and Leanne's family went to that area, putting up signs and missing persons flyers wherever they could. Some searchers stumbled upon clothing in the woods that was close to those Leanne was last seen wearing, but her family were able to rule the items out, and it was later determined the clothes were men's. Beyond the roadway, the search grew to cover a 10-square-mile area, and police were now knocking on the doors of local motels and scouring rest stops in surrounding areas for any possibilities, but they continued to come up empty-handed. Reportedly, investigators were contacted by a witness who claimed to have seen a wine-colored vehicle in the area the night Leanne vanished. This witness believed they might have seen someone nearby to the car, but they couldn't give a thorough description based on a quick glance. In hopes of igniting the witness's memory, a hypnotist was called in to assist. The witness claimed to have seen the unknown vehicle pulling up behind the Monte Carlo in which Leanne was sitting, but beyond that, his memory was vague. Seemingly, nothing of major value could be obtained from the witness despite the hypnosis. On Wednesday, April 22nd, 1 week after Leanne's disappearance, police set up a roadblock from 8:45 to 10 p.m. in the area where the car had broken down. Cars were stopped, and drivers were asked if this was their normal route, if they were in the area the previous week, and if they remembered seeing anything or anyone that appeared out of place. Reportedly, several drivers gave information to authorities claiming to have seen Leanne or the Monte Carlo. District Attorney Kevin Atkins noted that while they did find some witnesses, they needed to sort through and analyze all of the information before they could move forward. Asked about using a hypnotist on additional witnesses, Atkins had no further comment. As additional searches kicked off, Leanne's family were left in the dark, struggling to maintain their grasp on what little hope they possessed. By the end of the month, it was extremely difficult to have any hope at all. Slowly, this new warped and horrific version of their lives took shape and began moving forward. George and Marjorie took leaves of absence from their jobs, while Lawson continued his education through the use of a tutor, not wanting to return to Dickson High School without his sister. Marjorie noted that the disappearance had been devastating to Lawson, who couldn't help but blame himself. She explained, quote, "He doesn't say too much, but by his actions, I know he feels somewhat responsible. We just try to tell him it could have happened wherever she went. It can happen to anyone." End quote. Friends and neighbors pulled together, not only assisting in searches, but also helping the family out by bringing over meals and spending time with them. People had banded together tightly, and by early May, they had acquired $5,000 to offer as a reward for Leanne's safe return. On Wednesday, May 13th, nearly a month after Leanne was last seen, the TBI decided to set up a tip line where anyone could call in at any time and report what information they might have. John Carney, then TBI agent in charge of special investigations, noted that setting up the phone line came primarily due to how little evidence or information they had gathered. Tips and calls into the sheriff's department and local police were dwindling, and they needed help from the community. Carney explained, quote, "The purpose of the toll-free hotline is to solicit cooperation from the community. We're getting to a point where we're not getting that much information." End quote. Carney noted that the TBI had 6 agents working the case and later stated that within the first few days of the hotline being active, they had received hundreds of calls, leading to an excess of 200 investigative leads. Unfortunately, many of the calls provided vague information or details that simply didn't align with what they knew to be fact. It seemed everyone wanted to contribute, but as one officer would later comment, while they all believed they had seen something, most of them hadn't seen anything. Focusing on what information they could rely on, investigators turned their attention to the timeline. According to Lawson, he had only been gone for between 10 and 15 minutes, which included driving back past the Monte Carlo several minutes after he left the first time. Investigators decided to conduct a reenactment, with their goal being to narrow down the window of possibility. Following the reenactment, which followed all of Lawson's movements that night after leaving the car, it was the determination of investigators that Leanne had disappeared in a span of time not greater than 5 to 7 minutes. Not a whole lot of time, but seemingly enough to lead to the 17-year-old's mysterious disappearance. Without any true direction to pursue beyond the belief that Leanne had been abducted, law enforcement began looking at other cases in the county which had shared similar circumstances. It was thought at the time that perhaps Leanne's case was not a standalone. Judging from the lack of information received from locals, they were also wondering if the assailant might have only been visiting or passing through the area. Specifically, they were looking for cases in which lone women were abducted from their vehicles, and as their search expanded, they found a few that matched up between the states of Oklahoma and Arkansas. DA Kenneth Atkins, when asked about this approach, replied, quote, "We've tried to analyze any similar type instances of abduction. That's just one of the things we're looking at. You never know whether there's somebody traveling the country doing this. We just don't know yet. There may not be any connections at all." End quote. In addition to this new avenue, local businesses and then Governor of Tennessee, Ned McWhirter, contributed funds towards a reward leading to Leanne's safe return. In total, 1 month after the disappearance, the reward amount had reached $12,500. Unfortunately, no one would claim the reward. The money offered did increase calls and tips coming into the investigators, but again, none of the leads developed showed much promise, and when chased down, detectives always hit a dead end. 1 month later, in June, the case really began stalling. While law enforcement continued to analyze similar cases, the dim light of hope continued to fade out. George and Marjorie returned to their jobs that month, and while they had left the porch lights on for Leanne for all those months, they finally decided to shut them off. It wasn't about giving up, though, but her family needed to be able to move forward, even if ever so slightly. Marjorie explained to the Tennesseans, saying, quote, "We haven't given up hope. We released a bunch of balloons today with her flyer in them. I just know there's someone somewhere who knows something about Leanne. The hardest part is not knowing. If we'd buried her, at least we'd know where she was and that she was all right. But like it is, every day we just wonder. We wonder if she's alive, if she's all right, if she's being mistreated." End quote. For the most part, June and July passed with little news and few new details released about the investigation. Searches continued to be conducted, though they were more sporadic and tended to involve local volunteers more so than dedicated law enforcement. Flyers bearing Leanne's image and description were hung on trees, power poles, and storefronts, but as time passed, the printing began to fade. Just as it seemed that Leanne's case was destined to grow cold with little progress made by investigators, the attempted abduction of a Tennessee woman drew the attention of police in Dickson County as well as neighboring states. The crime had taken place in Hardeman County, approximately 110 miles southwest from where Leanne was last seen. Thankfully, the abduction attempt failed, and the intended victim managed to remember enough about her assailant for law enforcement to track him down. 18-year-old Marcia Errett, a nurse employed at Jackson-Madison County General Hospital, was driving along Tennessee Route 18, 4 miles south of Bolivar, when she spotted a vehicle with a flashing blue light driving closely behind her. Believing she was being stopped by police, Marcia pulled over to the side of the road, and the vehicle with the light pulled up close to her rear bumper. Marcia was somewhat confused in that moment as she looked back and noted that she had been stopped by someone driving a red Dodge Ram pickup truck. She imagined it was possible that the officer was driving an unmarked vehicle, but instantly something about this traffic stop didn't feel right to her. A man emerged from the truck and approached her driver's side window, noting that he was a member of law enforcement and that she had been pulled over for speeding. Expecting only a ticket, Marcia was both shocked and confused when the man instructed her to exit the vehicle, stating that he was going to place her under arrest. The man walked Marcia back towards the truck and then produced a pair of handcuffs, to which the 18-year-old protested. Marcia began to question the man, and he grabbed her aggressively and placed a gun to her head. Marcia, frightened, could detect the scent of alcohol on the man's breath and began to realize that this was no police officer. She struggled against him and waved her arms, crying out for help from passing cars. This spooked the man enough, and he told her that he was going to let her off with just a warning. He instructed her not to mention the incident to anyone and then got back into his truck and fled the scene. The incident had taken place on Wednesday, July 22nd, and while Marcia was scared, she wasn't going to let it pass. The following morning, she went down to the local police station and reported the incident, at which time she was shown a photo lineup. Recognizing one of the individuals as the man who had tried to abduct her, Marcia was certain of her identification and was also able to provide police with a description of his truck, as well as the fact that the first two numbers of his license plate were 53. The suspect was identified as 22-year-old Robert McKinley Richards, someone familiar to authorities in Hardeman County. In fact, David Smith, then chief deputy of the county, purposefully included Richards' photo in the lineup because of several incidents which had occurred with him in surrounding areas. More than a month earlier, on Tuesday, June 2nd, Richards was stopped by a Germantown police officer after he had been spotted following a young woman named Julie Spector. Germantown Police Chief Robert Cochran reported that Richards had been following Spector from the intersection of Park and Ridgeway, close to St. Francis Hospital. Richards followed the woman for several miles and was pulled over just after midnight. Chief Cochran noted that St. Francis Hospital was located just over 3 miles from the home where Richards was living. Upon being stopped, Richards at first told officers that he was a sheriff's deputy, at which time he flashed a badge. It was noted that he was wearing a sheriff's deputy's hat at the time. Suspicious, police began asking questions of Richards, and when they went to run his information to verify what he had told them, Richards changed his tune and admitted that he did not work for the county, nor was he a member of law enforcement. Looking through the vehicle, police found a loaded shotgun on the floor of the truck and several items bearing law enforcement branding. Smelling alcohol on his breath, Richards submitted to a breathalyzer test and blew a .05, just shy of the requirement for an arrest. Richards was taken down to the station, where he was photographed and fingerprinted. He was released with a misdemeanor citation for reckless driving, carrying a dangerous weapon, violation of vehicle registration, and impersonating an officer. Hardman County authorities tracked Richard through his red Dodge Ram truck and arrested him in regard to the attempted abduction of Marcia Errett. Richards was officially charged with impersonating an officer, aggravated assault, and carrying a pistol. Richards was also being considered a suspect for a series of sexual assaults, which had taken place in Memphis, Shelby County, and DeSoto County, Mississippi, between June of 1984 and October of 1986. After his arrest for the attempted abduction of Errett, he was then charged with raping a Memphis woman in her home on Sunday, June 7th. The victim was able to identify Richards from a photo lineup. During questioning about these crimes, Richards was also asked about the disappearance of 26-year-old nurse Teresa Ann Butler, who had vanished nearly a year earlier on the night of Monday, November 10th, 1986. Butler, who was employed at St. Francis Hospital, finished her shift at approximately 9 p.m. and was last seen driving out of the parking lot. When she failed to arrive home, her husband went out looking for her under the assumption that she'd had some kind of car trouble. He found his wife's abandoned Honda Civic parked in the eastbound lane in front of an address noted as 11394 Monterey Road, approximately 13 miles northeast from St. Francis in a very rural area. The car's lights were still on, the engine was running, and the radio was blasting. It looked almost like Teresa had simply pulled the car over, opened the door, gotten out, and disappeared. During questioning, Richard shocked investigators when he outright confessed to abducting and murdering Teresa. Reportedly, Richards told police that he impersonated a deputy and used his blue light to pull Teresa over along Monterey Road. From there, he forced her into his truck, sexually assaulted her, murdered her, and then stashed her body beneath a thick pile of leaves. While investigators believed Richards, they were unable to charge him with the murder at that time because they could not recover Teresa's body and they had no way to verify the confession. Tragically, all these years later, Teresa's remains have never been located, and her case remains open with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Law enforcement agencies from surrounding states had interest in questioning Richards in regards to several unsolved murders and disappearances which seemed to fit his MO. On Saturday, April 25th, 1987, just 10 days after Leanne vanished, 20-year-old Sandra Lynn Williams mysteriously disappeared. Sandra left her home in Beebe, Arkansas, en route to a cookout at her boyfriend's home, then located in Quitman, a distance of 35 miles. Sandra never arrived, though, and her charcoal gray 1984 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme was found abandoned along the shoulder of Arkansas Highway 31, approximately a half-mile north of Romance in White County. Romance is halfway between Beebe and Quitman. 2.5 weeks later, on Saturday, May 9th, Sandra's body was recovered from a lake in the unincorporated community of Floyd, approximately 3 miles from where her car had been located. She had been stabbed to death. While all of these crimes shared certain similarities and appeared to have been conducted by someone with a similar MO, a lack of evidence made it impossible to officially charge Richards with either Teresa or Sandra's murders. Law enforcement back in Dickson County believed there was an extremely high likelihood that Richard might have been responsible for Leanne's abduction, but once again, they had no evidence to make an arrest. They began digging through everything they could, tracking down every aspect of Richard's life. They sought.
I figured you might have, Mom, especially being down in Florida. It's very possible.
To interview anyone who knew him in an attempt to link him to Dickson County or surrounding areas. For the most part, his crimes had been committed in Memphis and that surrounding community, not far from his home.
And I know you know a lot about like Kentucky, Tennessee, Florida, and stuff like that. So a lot of these surrounding states and stuff, I would imagine you would know some of these cases from if they're played in the past. So again, sorry to interrupt, guys.
In Sandra's case, Romance, Arkansas, where her car was found.
I know I corrected myself. Sorry.
Is 130 miles west of Memphis, which meant that if she was one of Richard's victims, it was the furthest he'd wandered from home in his crime spree to that date. This gave investigators some pause, however, as Leanne vanished nearly 200 miles from Memphis, which would in turn make her crime the furthest away. Asked about the possibility that Richards might have even more victims, up to and including Leanne, The FBI wasn't ready to make any definitive statements. Special Agent Joe Bonner, working out of the Memphis field office, explained to the Commercial Appeal, saying, quote, "A lot of agencies are interested. When you have an individual who is a suspect, they obviously become a suspect in other mysterious disappearances. Whether the other cases will ultimately be laid to the same individual remains to be seen." End quote. Steve Watson, then director of the TBI, noted that given the similarities in the crimes, they would be sending agents down to Memphis to question Richards while he was still in police custody. While most of law enforcement believed Richards likely was involved in Leanne's disappearance, at least one official was unconvinced. John Carney, TBI agent in charge of special investigations, told the Tennessean that he believed reports of Richards' involvement were likely inaccurate and blown out of proportion. He stated, quote, "I think law enforcement officials in Shelby and Hardman counties have over-exaggerated the possibility of Richards' involvement with Leanne. But I've sent agent Mike Breedlove to Memphis to try and find out if Richards had contact with Leanne." End quote. Strangely, Carney made this statement shortly after investigators were contacted by a woman who claimed to have knowledge of Richards' involvement in Leanne's disappearance. Angie Moss, who had previously lived in the area of Centerville, 25 miles south from where Leanne had disappeared, was a former girlfriend of Richards. She told investigators that Richards had confessed, or more accurately, had bragged to her about abducting, raping, and murdering a young woman whose physical description closely matched Leanne. According to Moss, Richards explained to her that he had stabbed the teenager to death while he was sexually assaulting her, sickly describing the crime as his greatest sexual experience. Moss went on to explain that she and Richards had been dating, and he had asked her to move from her home in Hickman County to live with him in Memphis. She agreed at the time, but as they left Hickman County, they drove along SR 46, making their way towards I-40. When they were less than 1 mile from where Leanne had vanished, Richards began telling Moss the grisly details. Moss told authorities that Richards stated he had stabbed the young woman several times and noted that he kept a long serrated knife, a loaded handgun, and a pair of handcuffs in his truck at all times. Asked if she knew why Richards had committed the crime, Moss stated that the horrifying murder seemed to turn him on, and he experienced sexual gratification from it. While Richards had confessed to Teresa Butler's murder, he would not acknowledge any involvement in Leanne's disappearance. Richards appeared to enjoy toying with law enforcement as he would give details of crimes and then recant confessions. He'd confess again, and then a second time, he'd tell a slightly different version than from what he'd originally said. Based on statements from Richards, as well as people who knew him, authorities from Shelby and Dickson counties were involved with the search of an area in Memphis, with the bodies of both Leanne and Butler being the targets. They were working on what information they had received from people who claimed that Richards had told them about his crimes and where he'd hidden the bodies, but these searches would yield no results. Deputies with Shelby County asked Richards if he would be willing to take a polygraph, and he agreed to do so. The FBI was asked to provide an expert in the field, and he was flown into Memphis to conduct the test. But before the polygraph could be given, Richards told investigators that he would no longer be willing to take the test under the advice of his lawyer. Once again, investigators were banging their heads against the wall and hanging off the claims and recantations of Richard, who appeared to be enjoying the cat and mouse game. Digging more into the suspect's life, law enforcement would note that he appeared to have some kind of an attraction to or desire to assault women who were dressed in white. Several of his targets were nurses or worked at a hospital. In what could only be called a disturbing coincidence or perhaps a motive.
Welcome, Miss Barbara. Good to see you today. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and thank you so much for joining us.
Leanne was wearing a white sweatshirt the night she vanished. Richard's home and vehicles were searched for any evidence linking him to any of the crimes, but nothing substantial was found. Police did, however, recover several police uniforms in his home, including a Shelby County Sheriff's uniform and a Memphis police uniform. Reportedly, Richards had volunteered to be a reserve deputy in Shelby County, but had dropped out early on. Just days after he dropped out, Teresa Butler went missing. Investigators continued to work on Richards, questioning him and asking him to lead them to the bodies. Seeing it as an opportunity to get out of his cell for a field trip, Richards told police he would lead them to a body on multiple occasions, but then, when they would take him to the area he had specified, he wouldn't point out anything. It was considered unlikely he had forgotten and was instead probably just messing with law enforcement. Thursday, October 15th, marked 6 months since Leanne had vanished, and while they now had a potential suspect in Richards, they hadn't come up with a whole lot more. Given the passage of time, investigators were direct with the Green family, noting that it was highly unlikely that Leanne was still alive out there somewhere. It was no longer a search for a safe recovery, but instead the hunt for a body and the beginning of a homicide investigation. Marjorie confirmed that the family had begrudgingly come to accept the probability that Leanne was deceased. She explained, quote, "We just don't feel that Leanne's alive. I know that if she was alive, she'd call me or contact me some way. I hope it's handled in such a way that he will be punished because of this. Leanne was minding her own business, and someone just snatched her up and snuffed her life out at 17. We're very much in favor for having the electric chair back in use in Tennessee." End quote. During a law enforcement conference discussing similar crimes throughout the country, Leanne's case was presented as one to be analyzed for potential connections. While Richards remained a suspect, another name came to the surface, that of 27-year-old Travis McGuire. McGuire, who was living in New Mexico at the time, was arrested and charged with the December 6, 1985 murder of 58-year-old Gina Marie Rep. Rep disappeared from the Winrock Shopping Center in Albuquerque at approximately 9 p.m. after she had left her job at a donut shop. 5 days later, Rep's purse and some of her clothing, splattered with blood, were found off Interstate 40, approximately 20 miles east from Albuquerque. Rep's car was later found to be in McGuire's possession. McGuire was also considered a suspect in the abduction of 41-year-old Kathy Sue Engel of Oklahoma City. Engel was seen being dragged screaming into her car in the Shepherd Mall parking lot at 8 p.m. on April 23, 1986, 8 days after Leanne disappeared. Engel's vehicle was found 2 days later along I-40 in Tucumcari.
That's interesting to me, too, within the time span that the possible link to it is just there to me, as far as I'm concerned.
New Mexico. Her body was found on April 30th, just a few miles off I-40 near Sayre, Oklahoma, in an oil field. She was found face down, with her hands bound, and it was determined that her throat had been cut. Police found some connections between the two crimes and were able to confirm that McGuire was in Oklahoma City at the time of Engel's kidnapping. McGuire would later be convicted of first-degree murder, kidnapping, rape, and several other crimes in Rep's case. A key witness in the case was McGuire's half-brother, Ricky Martin, who testified that McGuire had abducted Rep from the parking lot. Martin stated that McGuire had taken Rep to an isolated field off New Mexico 3, south of I-40, where he strangled her with a belt. In regard to Kathy Sue Engel, however, McGuire would be cleared. Her case would remain unsolved for decades, until 2008, when a fingerprint and DNA led detectives to two suspects, 33-year-old Stephen A. Borner and 44-year-old Kyle Richard Eckerd. Borner, an ex-con from Michigan, had died several years earlier, but Eckerd was already in prison serving time from a sexual assault conviction. Eckerd would ultimately enter a plea of guilty, noting that while he did not admit to committing the crime, he didn't want to risk being found guilty and facing the death penalty. At the time, McGuire was considered a potential suspect in Leanne's disappearance, but there didn't appear to be enough evidence to link him to any area of Dickson County around the time the 17-year-old vanished. While his MO was similar, and he targeted a woman in a vehicle, law enforcement would later note that while McGuire was a possibility, he was far from their best suspect, and they could neither rule him in or out. With McGuire ruled unlikely, investigators once again turned their attention to Robert McKinley Richards. In the late fall of 1987, Richards confessed to detectives that he had in fact abducted, raped, and murdered Leanne. However, much as had been the case with Teresa Butler, he would not reveal the location of her body, and without physical evidence, they couldn't corroborate his confession nor charge him with any crime related to the 17-year-old's disappearance. To their surprise, Richards agreed to undergo hypnosis, where he would be asked to recount details of Leanne's alleged murder. According to investigators, Richards made two statements of fact while under hypnosis that only the killer would have known. Richards stated that Leanne was on her period the night she disappeared, and also described a distinctive piece of jewelry the 17-year-old was wearing at the time. Detectives further noted that when they showed Richards a picture of Leanne, he became visibly shaken, did not want to look at it, and eventually turned it over. After the hypnosis, Richards once again recanted his confession and then later confessed again. He continued to tell police he would lead them to Leanne's body, only to bring them out to the middle of nowhere where nothing was found. W.J. Buck Wood, then a Shelby County detective, was involved in questioning Richards and fully believed he was the person responsible for Leanne's disappearance and murder. Wood stated, quote, "Richards looked me square in the eye, raised his right hand, and said, 'I swear on my mother's life that I killed Leanne Green. I know Robert Richards did it.'" End quote. Following that statement, Wood asked Richards why he wouldn't just tell them where her body was, and according to him, Richards had replied, "I just can't give her up." Richards continued playing his twisted games, and the search for truth and the recovery of Leanne's remains began stalling out again. Ultimately, the year of 1987 would come to an end with law enforcement still struggling to put the pieces together. While some detectives believed that Richards had to be the one who abducted Leanne, others weren't so sure and didn't want to rely solely on the statements of a sick and disturbed individual who appeared to enjoy toying with police almost as much as pretending to be one of them. March of 1988 marked 11 months since Leanne had disappeared. Considering the location from which she had vanished, law enforcement decided to conduct an underwater search of a Dickson County quarry. The water search was executed by members of the State Department of Safety's Tactical Squad. The search took place on Monday, March 23rd, and despite rumors to the contrary, was not performed as the result of a tip or new lead. The decision was apparently made by John Puckett, an FBI agent working the case. He explained, quote, "I arranged for the divers last Wednesday to go over to a rock quarry in Dickson County and conduct an underwater search. They did and found nothing. There was nothing that said go search this quarry. There were some circumstances during the investigation relating to one of the suspects that caused me to feel like we ought to check that quarry. Obviously, I wasn't right because we didn't find anything. It was just based on circumstances from a section of the investigation. I felt like it was something that needed to be done." End quote. 1 month later, in April, came the heartbreaking anniversary of Leanne's disappearance. For her family, it had been a brutal year, and while they had done their best to maintain some level of positivity, that had faded out long ago. They had come to accept that Leanne had probably been killed, but they needed to know why. They needed to bring her home, and they needed to see justice served. For them, as is often the case, the lack of an answer was much more devastating than whatever the harshness of the truth could be. Marjorie believed that Richards was likely the person responsible for Leanne's disappearance and hoped that they could find some evidence against him. She stated, quote, "Richards seems more likely. He's got friends in the Dickson area and he had a blue light. Leanne wouldn't hesitate if she thought it was a good guy coming to help her out. At this time, I think he's the best we've got to go on." End quote. Asked about the investigation, Marjorie expressed that the family felt frustrated. She described law enforcement as not very communicative and stated the family worried that if there was a break in the case, they would be the last ones to learn of it. At the same time, she noted that anything short of bringing her daughter home safely would fail to live up to her deepest desires. She explained to the Leaf Chronicle, saying, quote, "I know many persons have spent many hours in overtime, maybe neglecting their own pleasures and families to uncover something in this, and yet, on the other hand, I feel like there may be something they haven't looked at. We're so near to it. Maybe they've overlooked some little something. I appreciate what they've done. I guess I expect them to do the impossible." End quote. For the Green family, not only had they lost their daughter and sister, but they began to feel as though the community was withdrawing from them. The more time passed, the less the phone rang, the fewer visitors came by. They felt that people avoided them, the family with the missing girl, because after a while, people just don't know what to say anymore, and rather than saying the wrong thing, they will choose to say nothing at all. Even in their own personal lives, the dark cloud of Leanne's fate tainted everything, as Marjorie explained that even the birth of a grandchild hadn't managed to lighten their spirits. While hoping for the best, Marjorie couldn't muster the strength to see through to a brighter dawn. She explained, quote, "We see others and see how lucky they are to live a normal life, and we ask ourselves if we will, but we won't. Even if she's alive and found, our lives will never be the same." End quote. On Wednesday, April 20th, Tennessee law enforcement announced that they would be conducting an extensive search for Leanne's body. While remaining tight-lipped about it, it was revealed that a news source had provided them with information that they believed could be reliable. The same source had, just days earlier, led them to a location where they uncovered bones. Initially believed to be human, they were later determined to belong to a deer. It would be revealed that this new search had targeted a rural cemetery in Hickman County and was based on information from the source who claimed that Richards might have disposed of Leanne's remains at that location in a shallow grave. The search failed to turn up Leanne's remains or any new evidence, and law enforcement noted that they would likely not search that area again. Richards himself had once again told police he would lead them to the body. He was taken to the Cuba Landing area along the Tennessee River where he newly claimed to have disposed of Leanne's remains. However, once again, nothing was found, and just days later, Richards told police that he had had no involvement in the teen's disappearance. He told investigators that he had been lying to them and stringing them along the entire time. Despite this, he remained their best suspect. Assistant District Attorney Dan Cook noted, quote, "Irrespective of what he has had to say and done, we have not and cannot eliminate Mr. Richards as an important suspect." End quote. For the most part, the year of 1988 passed with little new developments or leads. In October, a woman came forward and claimed that in July, while traveling through Ohio, she believed she had seen a woman matching Leanne's description in the restroom of a restaurant. Her story closely matched up with one given by a group of Tennessee teenagers who had visited Washington, D.C. in July of '87. They claimed to have seen Leanne in the bathroom of a fast food restaurant. According to the teens, when they mentioned that the girl looked a lot like Leanne, a man hustled the unknown woman out of the restaurant before either of them had even been able to order their food. While both sightings stirred up some hope for the family and investigators, It was ultimately determined that both had been cases of mistaken identity. 5 months later, in March of 1989, a new potential suspect emerged. Dickson County Chief Deputy Tom Wall noted that he didn't have a lot of hope in this lead, but it was one which needed to be pursued. On Wednesday, March 1st, 31-year-old Henry Harris Jr., an unemployed truck driver, was at a Veterans Administration hospital in Biloxi, Mississippi. Excusing himself for a moment, he walked outside, crossed the parking lot, got into his van, and shot himself in the chest with a .22 caliber handgun. Harris would ultimately survive this attempt, but when police examined his van, they found several items that captured their attention. There were 2 copies of Leanne's missing persons flyer, and in a note written by Harris prior to shooting himself, he stated that all he wanted was a girl that he could call his own. While this piqued the interest of Deputy Wall, he noted that it wasn't uncommon for truckers to have copies of missing persons flyers as they travel a lot and keep their eyes peeled about possibly obtaining a reward. Investigators in Biloxi also found a photograph of a woman which they believed to be Leanne, but Deputy Wall, upon obtaining the image, noted it looked nothing like the missing teen, and it was later determined that it was a relative of Harris's. Dickson County investigators, though thinking the lead weak, did put in efforts trying to prove whether or not Harris could have been in the area, especially at the time of the disappearance. But they were never able to find anything, and Harris was ultimately ruled out of the suspect pool. It was, once again, back to the drawing board for detectives. 2 months later, in May, a resident of Dallas, Texas, contacted authorities and claimed to have spotted Leanne in the area. Dickson County Sheriff's Detective Tim Eads and TBI Special Agent Mike Breedlove flew down to Dallas and interviewed the woman, who turned out not to be Leanne, although they noted there was an undeniable resemblance. Dickson County Sheriff C.D. Martin noted that while it turned out to not be Leanne, it had been a tip worth pursuing. He stated, quote, "She resembled her a great deal. This was definitely a good possibility. We went out and checked it out there. They talked to her, and it definitely wasn't her." End quote. With new tips and leads drying up or being completely ruled out, and with no ability to coerce Richards to give any more information, which may or may not be reliable anyway, law enforcement felt their best bet was to get the story of Leanne's disappearance out to as large an audience as possible. Unsolved Mysteries was becoming very popular at this time, and so investigators and the Green family reached out to producers about putting a segment together. Ultimately, Unsolved Mysteries chose not to run a segment on the case. No specific reason was given. In hopes of changing their minds, locals circulated a petition to request Unsolved Mysteries take another look at the case and reconsider it, but a producer for the show told the Tennessean that they would not be swayed by a petition and that the decision had already been made. Stuart Schwartz, the producer in question, explained, quote, "We run across hundreds of stories and can only run 4 or 5 per show. Obviously, we have to say no a lot more than we say yes." End quote. While Unsolved Mysteries turned down the case, investigators were contacted by producers for a new show which aimed to cash in on the success of Unsolved Mysteries. Missing: Reward, hosted then by famous actor Stacy Keach, told the story of unsolved cases and aired reenactments much like Unsolved Mysteries. In the fall, producers for the show expressed their interest in covering Leanne's case, and both the family and investigators hoped that the exposure might bring them some new tips or leads. The show scheduled the reenactments to be filmed months later, in December, and the episode was to be released in April. Leanne's parents and her brother Lawson would both appear on camera doing interviews, along with Mike Breedlove of the TBI and several Dickson County locals. Before this would happen, however, the Green family made a very difficult decision. After speaking to investigators about it, they agreed to travel to Memphis, where they could sit down and speak with Robert McKinley Richards face to face. It was hoped that, confronted by Leanne's parents, Richards might be plied to reveal details, specifically the location of her body. The visit, which took place in November, unfortunately did not lead to any new revelations or new information from Richards, who denied any responsibility and told the family that he had no knowledge of what had happened to their daughter. However, Richards' cellmate at the time, Eric Price, claimed that after meeting with the family, Richards told a very different story. Price would explain, quote, "Robert said he was relieved because he thought he had convinced them that he hadn't killed her. He said he thought that would put them at peace. Then he smiled a little and admitted to me he really did kill Leanne Green." End quote. According to Price, Richards had gotten drunk on prison brew and admitted to him that he had abducted, raped, and then stabbed Leanne to death. The Green family had been fairly well prepped by law enforcement and told not to get their hopes up. So when Richards denied any involvement, they weren't surprised. However, it was less what Richards had to say that mattered to George and Marjorie. Being able to look into his eyes, to be in the same space with that man, confirmed for them everything investigators had claimed. They no longer had any doubts that Richards was the one responsible for their daughter's disappearance and murder. In that sense, it did provide them a certain level of comfort, but still, there remained far too many questions without answers, and no one in the family would ever truly feel at peace until they could bring Leanne home and lay her to rest. Frustrated and worn out by years of grief, Marjorie told the Tennessean, quote, "I guess people think that this is really awful to say, but I always thought that a child of mine being killed in a car accident and having to bury that child would be terrible. But in this instance, it would be a blessing. At least we would know. We'd have a place to go and say, here she is. This is her remains. But to think, maybe some serial killer took her, killed her, and threw her in a dumpster somewhere, it's the not knowing." End quote. October of 1990 marked 3.5 years since Leanne had vanished, and her family were slowly coming to terms with the fact that they would never see her again. On Saturday, October 27th, a memorial service was held at White Bluff Church of Christ, where the family had been parishioners for years. For them, the memorial was less about accepting the reality of Leanne's disappearance and more about having a way to share their grief with friends and the community, a way for them to vent it out and to try to exorcise some of the demons they found themselves haunted by. Marjorie, speaking to the media, noted that they already felt like every day was a funeral for the previous 3.5 years. She explained, quote, "At first, I guess I tried to hold in my grief and be strong. It just bogged my mind down, and I've had a lot of physical stress-related problems. I've lost about 17 pounds, but this is no way to do it. Can you understand? There is no greater bond than a mother's love for her child."
I agree, Sialki. At least if that was the case, as sad as it is to say that, and it's really harsh sounding to say that, sorry, then at least there's an answer to like what happened, rather than knowing absolutely nothing. That's the hardest thing in my opinion, is having no
absolutely, 100%. I mean, at least you have some sense of closure there. I mean, and Barb and I have talked about this regarding Timmy, because she's been fighting so hard for justice for Timmy. But I told her, I was like, Barb, at least you know where he's at. You have a place to go and visit him. There's all kinds of justice. The work that you're doing and letting Timmy's legacy live on is one way of getting justice for him, keeping it from happening to other people.
Yep, absolutely. And she's doing an amazing job at doing that as well, in my opinion. I agree with that too. I know this one's long-winded, folks, but it does tell the whole story, and it puts there's absolutely every bit of information with this out there to be able to follow with it. So agreed, though. Like, that's one big thing I agreed with, though, is if it were to happen that way, this is horrible, because you have no idea. After all these years, still nothing. So
other people have to go on with their own lives, and you're left to deal with it. End quote. For the most part, Leanne's case had been growing cold for a while, but following the late stages of 1990, the story began to fade from the headlines and the local community. While the Green family obviously never forgot, much to their chagrin, life continued moving forward whether they had wanted it to or not. The next turn in the case would come out of left field, catching both the family and investigators off guard, when an unexpected murder would deal a hefty blow to the case. On Sunday, July 21st, 1991, a struggle broke out between Robert McKinley Richards and his cellmate, Eric Price. Price had previously claimed that Richards had confessed to him that he'd murdered Leanne, but law enforcement could never confirm this. According to Price, he told a prison guard about the confession, and the guard initially dismissed it, noting that Richards was always lying about everything. According to Price, Richards had claimed he'd buried both Leanne and Teresa Butler's bodies beneath a police firing range, a claim that law enforcement found ridiculous, another attempt by Richards to toy with them. Few details are available, but on that Sunday evening, Eric Price strangled Richards to death with an electrical extension cord. I should note, some places report that Richards was stabbed to death, but this appears to be inaccurate. Price would later claim that Richards had alleged to be working for the CIA and told him that if he didn't kill him, he'd have to kill Price. Price would later receive an additional 20-year sentence for second-degree murder. While no one shed any tears over Richards' death, most feeling that the world was a better place without him, law enforcement noted that his murder would hamper the investigation moving forward. No more could they ask questions or try to probe Richards in hopes of obtaining some new legitimate piece of evidence. He would, however, remain at the top of their list of suspects. It was believed at the time they would eventually find something to confirm Richards as the killer or confirm that they could rule him out. Either way, with him in the ground, the process would be a lot more difficult. Richards had been killed while serving a 30-year sentence at Lake County Regional Prison. Following his death, the case became quiet again. Another year would pass before a disturbing discovery would once again bring Leanne's name back into the media. In early March of 1992, a dog wandering through a wooded area returned home carrying a thin piece of tissue with clumps of human hair still attached and a bobby pin sticking out. The discovery was made near the small town of Burns, less than 5 miles from where Leanne had last been seen. Investigators would not reveal the exact location of the find at that time, with Chief Deputy Tom Wall telling the Tennessean, quote, "I've been asked not to say where in Burns. A citizen in the area had a dog bring it up to their house. It wasn't a couple of strands, and it wasn't a humongous bunch either. It wasn't cut. It definitely had been attached. I don't know if it decayed away or was pulled away." End quote. The hairs were described as ranging from light blonde to dark brown, making it difficult to determine a visual match to Leanne, or anyone else for that matter. The sample would be sent to the FBI lab in Washington, D.C. for analysis and would be compared to hairs taken from one of Leanne's brushes. Following the find, approximately 25 law enforcement officials spent the better part of 2 days combing through the area in search of any additional evidence or signs of a body. Nothing more was found at that time, though. Several days later, it was revealed that the search area revolved around West Circle Drive, a stretch of road which held several homes as it cut through a heavily wooded area. Police focused in on searching areas where the dog was known to wander and play, and at one point, bone fragments were located. The bones were taken by TBI agent Mike Breedlove to forensic anthropologist Dr. William Bass in Knoxville. In addition to a grid search of the area, a cadaver dog was also utilized, but after sweeping through the field and woods, there was no indication of additional human remains. At the time, they couldn't be certain that the hair or bones belonged to Leanne, but either way, they were under the assumption that there were human remains somewhere in that area. A few days after these searches were conducted, Dr. Bass determined that the bones brought to him were not human, but instead those of a cow. Given the limitations of technology available at that time, tests on the hair samples took longer. 2 months later, in May of 1992, the results finally came back. While the lab was able to determine that the hairs had come from an unknown white female, they were also able to rule Leanne out as that donor. This, once again, would set detectives back to square one, and future searches of the area were put on hold pending some new information or evidence to justify them. Since 5 years had passed, it was decided that the whole case would need to be looked over again to see if anything had been missed. Jeff Long, a spokesman for the TBI, explained, quote, "What do you do? We've made a diligent search of the area and there wasn't anything. I think we've got to reinvestigate everything we've got up to this point, recheck all of our leads. It's not by any means an inactive case. It's one that we do interviews on every week if we get new information. That's one of those cases you just don't give up on. You just don't want to give up on it." End quote. 6 months later, in November, with no new information or advances in the investigation, Leanne's family began recruiting volunteers to assist with their own search of the area where the hair had been found. The Dickson County Sheriff's Department was asked and agreed to coordinate the search. It was set to take place on Saturday, November 14th, with the target area covering a spread of more than 20 acres. Chief Deputy Wall noted that while they didn't think there was anything to require this additional search, they were participating to support the family. He explained, quote, "It's a request from the family that we search it one more time. Most law enforcement agencies wouldn't do it again and probably wouldn't have bothered with the first search. If it was my daughter, I would wonder all kinds of things. I'd like to check that field again." End quote. The search included around 80 volunteers and 35 members of the Tennessee Defense Force. Searchers formed a long line and used sticks, canes, and other tools to push away grass and weeds while scanning the ground. The search, which began at 10 a.m., finished up a little over 5 hours later at approximately 3:15. Again, however, nothing was found, and law enforcement felt fairly certain that there was no additional evidence or remains to be found, at least in the areas they had focused on. Once again, the case began growing cold. 1 year later, in October of 1993, George and Marjorie Green flew to Chicago, where they participated in a taping of The Jerry Springer Show. I should note, this was before the show became known for wild and outlandish stories and constant fights between angry guests. At the time, it was more of a run-of-the-mill afternoon talk show like Donahue or Sally Jesse Raphael. During the taping, the Greens discussed Leanne's case and consulted with both a psychotherapist and a so-called psychic. The alleged psychic, Patricia Mischel, made a wild claim that Leanne was still alive, being held against her will and forced to participate in the manufacturing of pornographic movies. After touching a pair of jeans which had belonged to Leanne, this so-called psychic claimed to have a vision where she saw the 17-year-old forced into a white van by 2 men. Of course, nothing could ever be found to corroborate the so-called psychic's claims, and for their part, the Green family wasn't swayed by her so-called visions, noting that they did not believe their daughter was still alive anyway. Their appearance on the show had been more about generating buzz and new interest in the case, with Marjorie later saying, quote, "I really don't believe in psychics, but I feel it's my responsibility to keep it before people because it is still an open case." End quote. 1 year later, in October of 1994, 7.5 years after Leanne vanished, her family officially went to court to have her declared legally dead. They filed their suit in Dickson County Chancery Court at that time because Tennessee state law requires 7 years to pass before someone can be declared dead. The suit also asked that 2 insurance companies pay out on policies that were carried in the teen's name, though the family made it clear this was not about money, but out of necessity to move forward and ensure that no one out there was illegally using Leanne's name or social security number. Her brother Lawson was emphatic that this did not mean they were turning their backs on his sister, saying, quote, "Of course we're not quitting. It's just something that we felt was necessary. It's another step forward for us, a step towards trying to cope," end quote. One of the insurance companies refused to pay off their policy and instead filed action challenging the family's suit. According to the Globe Life and Accident Insurance Company, their life insurance policy on Leanne was issued in 1991, 4 years after she vanished. The family argued that their agent at the time, Carolyn Blackwell, was completely aware of Leanne's disappearance when she issued them the policy, which had a death benefit payment of $24,356. The company also challenged the policy, noting that no body had been found and it could not be confirmed that Leanne was 100% dead. The other insurance policy, which paid out $5,000, was not challenged at the time. The court battle between the family and the insurance company would play out over the next few years. Leanne would officially be declared dead by Dickson County Chancellor Alan Wallace 5 years later in March of 1999. Wallace noted there was no evidence available to show that Leanne was alive, and this decision was made in part due to the testimonies of TBI Special Agent Mike Breedlove and Chief Deputy Tom Wall, who stated that they could find no evidence to show Leanne was alive, and it was their determination as law enforcement officers that she had likely been killed within hours of her disappearance. According to documents from law enforcement, Robert McKinley Richards remained their prime suspect, and following his murder in jail in 1991, the FBI had officially closed their investigation into Leanne's disappearance. The TBI and Dickson County Sheriff, however, have never closed their investigations. The ruling from Wallace was retroactive, declaring Leanne dead as of the original filing in October of 1994. Interestingly, investigative documents also revealed that police had found a smudge or indistinguishable mark on the front passenger side door of the silver Monte Carlo, where Leanne had been sitting. This mark indicated that Leanne may have been forcibly removed from the car, and her assailant then kicked the door shut behind them. Several months after the original filing in court, in early 1995, several new searches were conducted. One focused in on a pond in the area of Savannah, more than 100 miles southwest from where Leanne was last seen. The pond search came following a tip which had reported that a woman's remains could be found in a small body of water, but as per usual, nothing was found. 2 divers, who described the pond as shallow and murky, felt the tip was likely inaccurate or false, and it was later learned that the person who had called it in hadn't even been in that area when Leanne disappeared and was going purely off rumors that he had heard. There must have been something reliable about the information, however, because 4 months later in May, police returned to Savannah again to search and interview potential witnesses. 2 locations, not revealed by police, were the focus of searches in that area. This new information came from a former cellmate of Robert McKinley Richards, who claimed that the deceased suspect admitted to discarding both Leanne and Teresa's remains at that spot. Nothing would be found during these new searches, and law enforcement were unsure if it was bad information from the cellmate or just Richards toying with them again, this time from beyond the grave. Regardless, they were determined to follow any and all leads until they were able to find Leanne. Dickson County Attorney General Dan Alsobrooks told the Tennessean, quote, "Leanne Green's disappearance is still an open and active investigation. We have already searched more than 40 locations, but knowing the pain the Green family has been through, we will search another 40 or more locations if we need to." End quote. After this new flurry of information and fruitless searches, it was once again determined that the case needed to be reorganized and everything had to be sorted through. It was quickly learned that there had been extremely poor communication between all of the different law enforcement agencies involved, from the TBI, FBI, Dickson County authorities, and investigators in the Memphis area. Dickson County authorities noted they weren't completely sure what officers in the Memphis area did or did not do in the early days of the investigation. Memphis officials reported the same issue in regard to Dickson County, as it appeared original detectives working Leanne's case, Teresa's case, and the other cases revolving around Richards had not shared very much beyond the basics of those investigations. As it turned out, Dickson County authorities had been pursuing a local man for years. The suspect had previously contacted police and stated that he had seen a white van near Leanne's car the night she vanished. Curiously, the more investigators looked into the tip, the more they found themselves drawn back to the tipster. They found his behavior suspicious, and on subsequent meetings, they started to believe he might have been involved in the abduction. However, after spending several years tracking and following the man, they would ultimately rule him out. When this man, who has never been named publicly, was crossed off their list, the only name that continued to remain was Robert McKinley Richards. With Richards dead, they couldn't ask any new questions, and given his history of confessing and denying, they couldn't have moved forward without additional evidence either way. They did manage to determine that Richards was in the Middle Tennessee area when Leanne disappeared, but they could not put him specifically in Dickson County that night. According to Chief Deputy Wall, if they could have conclusively put Richards in Dickson, they would have charged him with kidnapping in hopes that he would open up and reveal exactly what had happened. Donnie Dean was an inmate who had become friends with Richards in the month leading up to his death, would also claim that Richards had confessed to him about Leanne's murder. Dean stated, quote, "In those last days, or that last night, Richards told me he was afraid he was going to get prosecuted for killing Leanne Green. He said he didn't want to be embarrassed and that he was scared of the electric chair. He told me he raped Leanne, then got scared and killed her. He said he stabbed her several times because she kept screaming." End quote. Law enforcement continued to believe Richards was likely the killer responsible for Leanne's disappearance, with or without the evidence needed to file any kind of charges. The Green family agreed with them. While they still had many questions and wanted to bring their daughter's body home, they felt some sense of comfort in having one part of the equation solved, at least in their minds. Marjorie commented saying, quote, "We've always suspected Richards killed Leanne, but from what we know now, we know he did. After all these years of anxiety and now knowing what authorities have known all along, it's hard to describe how we feel, finally knowing what happened." End quote. Law enforcement concurred, with Deputy Randy Starkey stating that they believed Richards was the killer, lamenting that he had gone to his grave with whatever secrets he possessed. 2 years later, on Sunday, February 2nd, 1997, Marjorie Green tragically lost a battle with cancer and passed away at the age of 57. Marjorie had feared that she would pass away without knowing the full truth of Leanne's fate, and heartbreakingly, that fear came true. She was laid to rest in Dickson County Memorial Gardens following a service at the Taylor Funeral Home. With the passing of Marjorie, who had for nearly a decade been the standard bearer and the loudest voice in the search for her daughter, the case would begin growing cold again. It was the hope and belief of the Green family that mother and daughter had been reunited in the hereafter, leaving them behind to confront their grief and to try and move forward with their lives, as time is not guaranteed to anyone. Tips, calls, leads, and any information regarding the 17-year-old's fate was drying up. The world continued onward, and soon Leanne's name only appeared in local papers and media when marking the grim anniversaries. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. While the passage of time only made the truth seem more out of reach for the family, investigators also struggled to grasp the idea that they might never find the truth, or Leanne herself. Jeff Bledsoe had been one of the first cops on the scene and would go on to become the Dickson County Sheriff. Randy Starkey was also one of the first called in to investigate the case and would later become a captain with the Sheriff's Criminal Investigation Division. TBI Special Agent Mike Breedlove would leave the agency, running for and successfully becoming the Sheriff of Cheatham County. In 2015, on the 28th anniversary of Leanne's disappearance, all three officers appeared on a local radio show in which they discussed not only the impact of the investigation and what it did to their lives, but also how being unable to solve it had left them haunted. In 2022, Randy Starkey spoke to the Tennessean about the case, noting that it remained the one hole in a distinguished career with law enforcement. For him, the investigation will never end until Leanne is found and the full truth is known. He stated, quote, "I think about Leanne and her family every day. Her photo still hangs in my office as a constant reminder to never give up. We constantly review the case file and follow up on new information as we get it. I just hope and pray for a resolution." End quote. It was much the same for Tom Wall, who noted that whenever he has free time from his other cases, it is always Leanne he turns his attention towards. On Tuesday, January 11th, 2023, Leanne's father, George Washington Green Jr., passed away at the age of 91. For the last 36 years of his life, he somehow managed to provide for his children, painting the way to a brighter future, despite the loss of his daughter and later his wife. His obituary noted that he was preceded in death by both Leanne and Marjorie, confirming his belief that his daughter was killed on that horrible night in 1987. He was laid to rest in Dickson County Memorial Gardens, having also passed without ever receiving the truth about his daughter, nor seeing justice paid for the insidious crime. 4 months from now, April of 2025, will mark 38 years since Leanne vanished, and nearly 4 decades later, there are no easy answers. Not for the Green family, not for investigators, and not for those in Dickson County who remember the night their quiet community became home to a grim and indomitable nightmare. When last seen, Martha Leanne Green has been described as being a white female with brown hair and green eyes, standing 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighing approximately 120 pounds. Leanne has had her 4 wisdom teeth extracted. She has a birthmark on her chest and her ears are pierced. She usually went by her middle name Leanne and often wore brown tinted contact lenses, leading some law enforcement agencies to list her eye color as brown. She was last seen wearing a white sweatshirt, mid-calf length faded jeans, and white high-top Reebok sneakers. She wore several pieces of jewelry, including a White Bluff High School class ring, 1958, a Dickson County High School class ring of 1986, Tennessee silver with an orange stone, a long gold chain necklace with a fan pendant, and a short gold chain necklace with 6 or 7 gold beads. Leanne was last known to have been sitting in the front passenger seat of a silver 1979 Monte Carlo on the shoulder of Highway 46 near to Fabric Road and the railroad tracks across from where the barn was previously located in the community of Pomona. It is believed that Leanne was abducted from the vehicle and likely killed and disposed of within hours somewhere in Middle Tennessee. At the time of her disappearance, Leanne was 17, and if alive today, she would be 54 years old. The primary suspect in her case is Robert McKinley Richards, who was murdered in his jail cell in July of 1991. Richards had knowledge of Leanne which could only have been known by her killer. He confessed not only to law enforcement, but to several friends and acquaintances who all believed he was telling the truth. While he would go on to recant his confessions to law enforcement, all of the original investigators who worked this case firmly believed that Richards was in fact the monster who stole away Leanne and snuffed out her young life. Somewhere, it is thought, someone out there might know the truth and could potentially lead police to Leanne's resting place, along with that of Teresa Butler, as both of their bodies have never been found. It was a normal night in April of 1987 when Leanne mysteriously vanished after the car she and her twin brother were riding in broke down. In a span of no more than 10 minutes, the 17-year-old was taken from the side of the road, never to be seen again. Somehow, 4 decades later, her remains have not been found and her case is not closed. The Green family could never have imagined this terrible crime would happen, that their daughter, sister, and cousin would be gone without a trace, and they would not be able to say goodbye or find the truth. It instilled within them the value of family, the importance of speaking your mind and never putting off till tomorrow what could be done today, because they know better than anyone that tomorrow is never promised. Asked about the loss of his daughter all those years later, George Green simply replied, quote, "It's hard to put into words. You've been always protective of your children. Somehow or another, this thing, it just seemed you can't do anything about it. I think about her all the time. I hope one day the authorities will find out what happened. Tell your kids you love them. If I could just tell her that one more time, just one more time." Nearly 40 years have passed since Leanne Green vanished from the side of a road in rural Middle Tennessee. Despite multiple searches, the investigation of several suspects, and following hundreds of leads to their bitter ends, law enforcement was never able to file charges, recover Leanne's body, or say with complete certainty what exactly happened that cold, rainy spring night in 1987. Some have wondered if poor choices made during the early hours of the investigation stunted their chances of solving the crime, while others fully believe the case is solved. It just can't be proven. What began as the search for a missing teen quickly morphed into the desperate search for a body, one which has still never been recovered or identified. While there are different theories in this case, they're all pretty much classified as relatively vague. There are concepts of what could have happened, hypotheses on who was involved, an extremely tight time frame during which this is thought to have been committed, and a lot of lies and deceptive pieces of information which over the years have steered the case in one direction or another. Yet, most investigators agree about who the killer probably was, even if they never managed to collect enough evidence to charge anyone. The prime suspect died 4 years after Leanne's disappearance and took with him whatever information he possessed, forever stilting this investigation. Of course, there are some who do not believe that Robert McKinley Richards was Leanne's killer, but they are few and far between. In the absence of solid information, rumors and myth rise and are spread throughout the community.
That's one of the main things that sucks about these cold cases is a lot of times they don't have a per se enough information or evidence to put it on a specific person that they do believe could be that person, and or that person loses their life or something like that, and it just goes on and on and on and on, and they're still looking at the possibility. And it makes me wonder with some of these cold cases that have been out here for 40, 50 years, if that is what the deal is that the person that actually did it is gone, in some senses, and they have no way to prove that or find any other way to make that happen. So it's kind of sad, but hopefully something can happen with this one, because it's just been it's been like 38 years on this one. Or 40. Wait. Yeah. Within that realm there. Anyway. So I'd like to see some kind of resolve to this, just for closure reasons and things like that. It would be a good thing, I think.
Haunting stories spread like wildfire, infecting the truth and tainting the search for answers. All these years later, and you will still find an active community of locals, both those who lived in Dickson County in '87 and those who have grown up learning of this case. They continue to hope for a solution, while law enforcement reviews the case every few years and continues to pursue whatever tips, leads, or information they receive. According to detectives, they knew from the onset that this was an abduction, and they never doubted the likelihood of foul play, though some facts seem to question exactly what was thought of in those early hours. Regardless, this case was investigated as an abduction nearly from the start, and even later, when it became a homicide investigation, abduction was the primary crime. The name most commonly brought up by investigators is Robert McKinley Richards, a serial rapist and alleged killer who carried out a year-long string of abductions, rapes, and possibly murders throughout western and middle Tennessee. Throughout 1986 and 87, Richards was confirmed to have been involved in multiple crimes, many of which involved him dressing like a member of law enforcement and utilizing a blue light in his vehicle to pull over and attack unsuspecting lone women in the night. To date, Richards remains a suspect in Leanne's case, as well as several other open investigations, including the disappearance and presumed murder of nurse Teresa Ann Butler. Richards was born on July 11, 1965, and was raised in his parents' Memphis area home, located then at 2471 Ayrshire Cove. According to Memphis psychologist John Houston, who produced a report on Richards for law enforcement in 1988, Richards was raised by an abnormally overprotective mother and a strict, violent, and abusive father. His parents were known and respected throughout the community. They ran a jewelry business and were heavily involved with the local church. Houston interviewed Richards and his parents for approximately 16 hours while putting his report together. He described Richards' home environment growing up as unhappy and plagued by religious conflicts. Houston would write in his report, quote, "Robert's mother is overprotective and vacillates between denying his problems and exaggerating them. His father appears to be an extremely rigid individual with considerable suspiciousness and religiosity." End quote. Richards told investigators after his arrest in '88 that he was witness to the abduction and sexual assault of a woman when he was just 8 years old. Richards claimed the suspect had parked his car, waited for a lone woman to drive by, and then pulled her over while pretending to be a police officer. Whether or not this instance actually happened and became prophetic for Richards' future behaviors, or if it was entirely made up, is unknown. He also claimed to have been molested as a child. Richards told Houston that he was assaulted multiple times by an adult male and his friends for a period of time when he was 13 years old. Again, there is no way to verify this information. Houston would go on to address the fact that Richards often exaggerated, lied, and completely fabricated information, writing, quote, "Richards has been an extremely difficult case to evaluate in large part because he trusts no one and appears to be a chronic liar." End quote. Houston would go on to note that Richards, quote, "clearly has a mixed personality disorder with underlying features of hysteria, sociopathy, and dependency." End quote. As a teenager, Richards dropped out of high school after apparently becoming withdrawn and socially isolated. He started to drink heavily and would later claim that he could only be social with other people when he was drunk. After leaving high school, Richards indulged in fantasy play, where he would pretend to be other individuals or to have different jobs, often gathering items and uniforms to make his stories seem more legitimate. He moved in with his grandmother, who lived at the time in Bethel Springs, approximately 100 miles east of Memphis and south of Dickson County. Law enforcement in McNairy and Shelby counties reported that they were aware of Richards and his apparent interest in becoming a police officer, but noted that he lacked the qualifications and the ability to take on that role. In November of 1986, he began training to join the Shelby County Sheriff's Emergency Services Team, a group of volunteers who assist the Sheriff's Department in specific situations. Around this time, he began purchasing everything he would need to pass as a police officer, from handcuffs to uniforms and firearms. Moving forward, he would tell friends, strangers, and even romantic partners that he was employed as a cop or sheriff's deputy. A former girlfriend, Linda Porter, told police that he had the full setup, saying, quote, "He was dressed in spruce green pants, tan shirt, tie, the boots, fully equipped utility belt, a hat with the Sheriff's Department patch on it, and a windbreaker with the Sheriff's Department Fugitive Squad logo on it." End quote. Porter told police that she became suspicious of Richards' activities and behaviors when she was present in his vehicle one night. He turned on the blue police light and pulled over a vehicle being driven by two teenage boys. Reportedly, Richards approached the vehicle and then joked around with the two teens about how they had been speeding before returning to his car and driving off. Porter ended the relationship with Richards a few months later. However, Richards had been kicked out of the emergency services team months earlier in May of '87 after he failed to show up for a test, yet another incident in a long line of missing appointments and gatherings. It didn't matter, though. By this time, Richards had a good understanding of how traffic stops were performed, and he had all of the accessories necessary to convince others of his status as a police officer. Several friends and relatives would tell police that between 1986 and 1987, Richards owned at least 3 Shelby County deputy uniforms with matching hats. He also bought a hat and shirt and custom designed them with FBI on them so he could appear as a federal agent. Richards frequently carried large sums of cash on him, and while it was never proven, it was theorized that he'd pull people over and threaten to ticket them until they offered him a cash bribe. Richards was arrested in August of 1987 after attempting to abduct a woman who determined he was not a police officer after he pulled her over. From that point forward, once he was in custody, Richards seemed to get enjoyment out of toying with police and claiming responsibility for multiple crimes up to and including the murders of Teresa Butler and Leanne Green. It would later be reported that Richards was thought to have some kind of deep interest or fetish for women dressed in white, which may explain why he targeted several women working in the nursing field, including Butler. It was noted by investigators that Leanne was wearing white the night she disappeared. When it comes to Leanne's disappearance, a lot of the pieces seem to fit and make sense. The 17-year-old is sitting on the side of the road in a disabled vehicle when Richards pulls up and turns on his police light. He steps out from his vehicle dressed like a deputy and approaches the car. From there, he either convinces Leanne to get into his vehicle or he forces her to do so, perhaps at gunpoint. Investigators spent a long time trying to find evidence to place Richards in Dickson County that night, but they never could. However, they were able to confirm he was visiting a friend in the unincorporated community of Lyles, located in Hickman County, 10 miles south from where Leanne disappeared. While not enough evidence for an arrest, it's all rather compelling. These details are bolstered by the fact that while under hypnosis, Richards made 2 statements that only Leanne's killer could have known: that she was wearing an intricate piece of jewelry, which he described, and that the 17-year-old was menstruating that night. Both of these details are confirmed facts that law enforcement never revealed to the public, making it impossible that he picked up that information secondhand. While confessions to police might be ruled out as something Richards did to toy with law enforcement, it's more difficult to rule out all of the times he confessed to other people, from friends in prison to his cellmate to ex-girlfriends. Like Leanne's case, Richards could not be conclusively linked to the disappearance and presumed murder of Teresa Butler, but the 2 cases carried several similarities. Butler's car was found abandoned on the side of the road with the engine running, lights, and radio on, and it was theorized Richards had pulled her over. Butler vanished 5 months before Leanne and worked as a nurse at St. Francis Hospital, located just 1 mile from Richards' parents' home. As was the case with Leanne, Richards would confess and recant his involvement in that crime multiple times. In both instances, he offered to lead police to the bodies, but never did, and reportedly told one investigator he couldn't reveal the location of Leanne's remains because he just couldn't give her up. While circumstantial evidence cannot be used to confirm someone's involvement in a crime, there sure is a lot of it when it comes to Richards' likely involvement in Leanne's. To me, the sheer fact that he knew intimate details about Leanne on the night of her disappearance makes it fairly difficult to consider anyone else as the prime suspect. But without something more, there's no way to confirm it. For some, the fact that Richards never managed to lead police to a body lends credence to the possibility that he was lying, as he often did, and over-exaggerating his involvement. But to others, these were mere games Richards played with police to keep himself entertained and to buy himself field trips out of prison. Even if he were still alive today, there is a slim chance, if any at all, that he would have ever provided proof to support his confessions. According to a former friend and inmate, Richards was desperately afraid that he would get the death penalty for Leanne's murder, which basically guaranteed he would never provide a full and detailed confession. Now, is Richards the only possible suspect in this case? Certainly not. While he is the most prominent and is the prime suspect for all of the original investigators, there are some other potential suspects. While there is a lot of detailed information about Richards, there is not a great deal about other suspects, so analyzing these theories will be rather thin since we possess only vague details or limited information. First, there was Henry Harris Jr., the trucker who shot himself in the parking lot of a Veterans Administration hospital in Biloxi, Mississippi in March of 1989. Harris was considered a possibility since he'd written a note about wanting a girl of his own, was a former truck driver who passed through Tennessee, and who was in possession of 2 of Leanne's missing persons flyers. While authorities in Mississippi thought Harris was in possession of a photograph of Leanne, Tennessee law enforcement quickly determined it was mistaken identity. It was reported at the time that local police were working to determine whether or not they could place Harris in Dickson County around the time of the crime, and that pending that discovery, they would interview him about Leanne. Apparently, they never could link him to the area, and if police ever did go down to question him about Leanne, it was either never reported or they did not learn anything to convince them of his involvement. There were several other kidnappings, sexual assaults, and murders which took place before and after Leanne's, and some believe there could be links. When 36-year-old Larry Mulliken abducted 22-year-old Kathy Gant at knife point, some theorized he could have done the same to Leanne. In 1981, Eddie Hartman, then a trustee with the Dickson County Jail, was allowed to drop off a sheriff's deputy at a farm. Hartman drove a sheriff's vehicle and instead of returning to the jail, apparently went on a joyride where he used the flashing lights to pull over multiple people. Hartman would ultimately be found guilty of murdering 16-year-old Kathy Nishiyama of Clarksville that night. The teen disappeared on Monday, November 16, 1981, and her skeletal remains were later found in a wooded area of Houston County. While there doesn't appear to be a belief that Hartman was involved in Leanne's disappearance, some have wondered if a similar incident could have occurred, leading the killer to be behind the wheel of a police vehicle rather than pretending to be. Then there was the suspicious witness, the man whose name has not been released publicly. This man reportedly contacted investigators and informed them that he had been on SR 46 that night and saw a vehicle pull up behind the out-of-gas Monte Carlo. While few details have been released, whatever this witness said struck investigators as odd and suspicious enough that they then considered him a person of interest. He was watched and tailed for an extended period of time, but he never stepped out of line nor did anything to reveal his possible involvement in Leanne's disappearance, nor any other crime from what I could tell. In the end, they ruled that man out, but I would be extremely interested in knowing what exactly he said or did that had made them so suspicious to begin with. There are a lot of other possibilities that get mentioned as well. Travis McGuire, who kidnapped and murdered a woman in New Mexico, was considered, but nothing could connect him to Dickson County or Leanne. Some believe it had to have been someone that Leanne knew with grief, where loved ones could visit and mourn would be a different kind of comfort altogether. We can only hope that she will eventually be recovered and that her killer will pay for the great injustice he has created.
And that's it, whether it is or not. That's one of the most long-winded, Jesus. Anyway, it tells the whole story. And it gives all of it's bananas, not broth. I was wrong. Thank you for putting that in there, Tomboy. Bananas, rice, applesauce, tea, and toast. Yeah. So, sorry again, it was so long-winded. But like I said, it told the whole story, and I thought it covered everything, and it was a good way to present it. But it was so long-winded. So sorry about that, guys. But that's the end of it for Martha Leanne Green. And like I said, I don't know that one will ever be solved. I just don't. I hope that it could be.
Well, I mean, I'm glad he was able to provide so much information, but he dragged it out so long that you kind of get lost in all the information that he's trying to give you.
100%. 100%. And I thought, like, if I stop it, is it going to help or is it going to lose people even more? So I just let it read its part, and that was that. But anyway, it's definitely interesting. I have my thoughts on it alone. Like I said, the one guy is gone. There's no way they can ever do anything about that. They couldn't, they still may be able to solve it, but there's never going to be justice in that aspect of it. But it would give an answer, at the very least. So, but there's a lot of people that don't believe that he was the one that did it anyway. So there's that. But you just don't know. I promise you guys, I won't play another one that's that long again. That was too much, but I didn't realize it was that long. I forgot to check the length on it and didn't realize when I was watching it myself because I got wrapped up in it. The first one definitely blows my mind still. I still have thoughts on that one, and I'm curious, and I don't know that one will ever be solved because it's been 10 years now and there's no answer. Where's her body? Who did it? How and why? Mostly is why. So definitely curious about that. I appreciate you guys being here for it. I was going to run something, but it's been almost 5 hours, so it's probably long enough. I'll just save that for tomorrow, I guess. But anyway, thank you, Arctic, for joining me, Mama Bear, as well. I do believe that Mom is... Are you going live tonight, Arctic?
No, not tonight.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure Mom will be.
I think she is. I haven't checked yet. I know Dutchie is going live here in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, Duchess has her show today. So if we can drop Duchess's link again. By the way, again, guys, we dropped all those links earlier today. I want to drop another one because Kimber's in here herself now. We just dropped Kimber's link in here again for Kimber Crimes. Please, if you will, go check it out. Hit that subscribe button, notification bell, so you don't miss anything. There's Dutch's link right there. Thank you again for her show that will be popping up here, like Arctic said, in about a half an hour. And then Mom will be live tonight. Oh, there's Mom there. What, 8:30, Mom? I'm gonna try to make that one tonight if I can. I really have been missing these, and it's been bugging me. But I appreciate you guys joining us. I appreciate everybody popping in here today. As always, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. But don't miss out on these guys. They're always great. Mom has always got a great show going on. Duchess is amazing and does amazing things over there as well. There's Kimber's link again, guys. Please check it out. Like, subscribe, share it if you will, and help to grow that channel. Another amazing bit of material that'll be put out from another amazing person. I appreciate you very much too for wanting to do what you do, Miss Kimber, as I do all the rest of the creators that pop in here. You guys are all amazing, and thank you. Other than that, guys, I will see you somewhere else or tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
If I make that meal, I can't rest.
Daniel's on the screen, typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. The truth, though, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings.